Thank you, members. Calling roll for February 7th, Representative Kinner.
Here.
Representative Larson.
Here.
Representative Schwartz.
Here.
Representative Simpson.
Here.
Representative Stith.
Here.
Representative Walters.
Here.
Senator Garreau.
Here.
Senator Hicks.
He was here.
His chair is there, but
Senator Kinski.
Here.
Senator Steinmetz.
Here.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Here.
Chairman Perkins.
here. Senator Hicks will excuse him until he gets back to his chair. All right, Don, I'm assuming you're just going to kind of walk us through these items, and we'll have discussion just to make sure that the staff's clear with respect to the budget bill and we're all on the same page. So go ahead, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Don Richards. I'm the LSO Budget Fiscal Administrator. Staff provided 4 bills to the committee, and the purpose of today's meeting is to ensure that we understood your direction from the previous 2 weeks meeting in January. There were well over 700 individual motions and over 200 of them which had substantive change to the governor's recommendation. In total, the Joint Appropriations Committee expended $81 million more than the governor's recommendation. However, of that, it included $142.5 million in savings on top of what the governor recommended, and a lower amount of appropriations intended to be expended in the amount of $61,300,000. In terms of your conserved general funds, you'll recall there was about $558 million of ARP money, which offset general funds and is deemed conserved. And of that amount, the governor recommended expending $308 million, and JAC recommended spending $81 million more. But once again, this is due to the fact that the JAC included $150 million in savings and $69 million in reductions. So while the total amount of appropriation is higher on JAC, it is not appropriation for expenditure, rather it is appropriation intended to be saved. In terms of the ARPA funds, a similar scenario plays out, whereby there is approximately $585 million available for permissible uses. That means ARPA funds other than for revenue replacement of general funds. The governor recommended expending $292 million of those funds, which would leave $171 million available for next biennium or other purposes. The Joint Appropriations Committee recommended spending $334 million. So again, a little bit more, about $40 million more, leaving $129 million. The primary difference there is you set aside $50 million of discretionary ARPA funds for the governor to use over the next biennium, and that was not included in the governor's. I also want to touch base before walking through the bills page by page relative to where the ARPA funds are found. And I will highlight this again in the definitions section of each of the bills. But ARP funds of the $1.068 billion provided to the state of Wyoming, those that are intended for revenue replacement or to conserve general funds are entirely and exclusively found in the budget bill. In fact, the ARP definition is limited to revenue replacement dollars for purposes of the budget bill. When we move to the state capital construction bill, the only ARPA funds you will find in the state CapCon bill are deemed ARP-C. These are also known as the Section 604 funds, or some folks refer to them as the capital facilities / broadband funds. That is the $109 million of ARPA funds that must be provided to the state via a grant process whereby the state of Wyoming must apply to the Federal Department of Treasury to release those funds. There's only about $10 million in the state capital construction bill, and they are exclusively for purposes of the CWC, Central Wyoming College Jackson Outreach Center. The Joint Appropriations Committee is currently silent on the remaining $99 million of these funds. And finally, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we have a standalone ARP bill, which includes what we deem as ARP-D, capital D funds, or ARPA funds, which may be expended for permissible uses other than revenue replacement. So that includes things such as response to the COVID public health pandemic, negative economic impacts of COVID-19, services to disproportionately impacted communities, premium pay, infrastructure, including water and sewer, and administrative expenses. So I wanted to at least highlight where you will find those three types of ARPA funds. With that, Mr. Chairman, I have one more item to raise, and that is what I kind of refer to as the most important number of the LSO fiscal profile once it gets published. And that number appears on page 3, and there is a transfer from the budget reserve account to the LSRA at the end of this current biennium in the amount of $653 million, leaving a balance in the LSRA of $1.764 billion estimated on June 30th, 2024. And we'll walk through the various transfers that get the committee to that point. But I think that will be a particular interest to your colleagues on the floor, how much you transfer at the end and the final balance of the LSRA, which is just shy of $1.8 billion. With that, Mr. Chairman, if there are no further questions, I will walk through the budget bill first. And through the work of this committee, we will require a roll call vote on the 4 bills that you'll be considering today.
Does anybody have any questions for Don? All right, Don, let's get to it.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. On page 1, that's just the short title of the bill. On page 2, these are the standard definitions. I did want to point out on lines 10 through 15, we define ARP, and you will see specifically on line 14, the term ARP funding is federal funds only for the purposes of revenue reduction. So if one of your colleagues elects to amend this legislation on the floor and hypothetically move the broadband bill into the text of the budget bill, we will have to change the definition of this and incorporate that as a section 300. Alternatively, you as members of your respective houses could encourage that member to file their amendment on the ARP bill as opposed to the budget bill and have those debates as to water funds versus health facilities versus water or broadband funds in that piece of legislation, as opposed to what is now a pristine budget bill with only revenue replacement dollars.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Don, I'm with that scenario that you just outlined with one of our colleagues trying to bring in with this definition that you have here, these are general fund dollars, even your reference to ARP or conserved general fund dollars. So it seems to me that they would not have the ability to try and bring the regular ARP funds, their traditional ARP funds, ARP direct funds, whatever we're calling them, into the budget bill. Am I mistaken on that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, unfortunately, you are. These are federal funds that will be appropriated, for example, to the Department of Corrections.
Okay.
in conservation of general funds. So they technically are federal funds. However, if you are of the mind that the direct ARP funds for permissible uses other than revenue replacement do not belong in this bill, I think your colleagues historically have said that one-time funding, not for the general operations of government, are not contemplated in a budget bill. So you might have some argument in that respect, but that's a call for the floors.
Thank you.
Right. If nothing else, continue, Don.
On the bottom of page 4, I wanted to draw your attention to the introduction to section 2, and specifically that the provisions in this budget bill are for the period of the next biennium. You will see a couple of instances, and we'll in fact point them out to you, where we have indicated an extension beyond the end of the biennium. And an example of that is 3 temporary employees in the judiciary system. That extends through 2025. And frankly, if that provision gets vetoed, that's fine. It is outside of the budget bill. If nothing else, it is an indication to both the legislature, the public, and staff that those temporary employees are intended to last 3 years rather than 2. It is not critical to the operations of the bill. Moving on, page 5, I will walk through the footnotes rather than the numbers. Footnote number 1 provides for $1.25 million for at-will employees or contractual services to secure funding from the federal infrastructure bill. It also requires the governor's office to regularly report, and this is report number 1, I believe, of about 7 new reports in this legislation. Staff have noted previously some concern with reports. However, even last year's budget, you did have reporting requirements on such things as B11s and major maintenance and school facilities, and those continue in this language. Footnote 1 also allows movement of funds between the 100 series for personnel and 900 series for contractual services. On the top of page 6, I wanted to draw your attention to 2 sentences which you will see repeated throughout the legislation. The first one begins at the end of line 2 and states it's the intent of the legislature that this not be included in the next biennial's standard budget. This is standard language that we came up with. It merely is a statement of intent that this is a one-time appropriation as opposed to an ongoing appropriation. Should this sentence or anyone like it be vetoed by the governor, your LSO staff will continue to track it just to illustrate that that's the intent of the legislators, that this is one time. Subsequently, the next sentence on line 5 indicates that this appropriation shall not be transferred or expended for any other purpose. This does not always occur with your footnotes, but in any event where it is a JAC indicated appropriation rather than a governor's budget request appropriation, we limit the purpose of that for the specified items in the footnote. And then finally at the last on lines 7 and 8, of the 1.25, $650,000 is effective immediate. So I won't talk about all those sentences on each footnote, but I wanted you to get a sense that they will be repeated on a regular basis.
So, Don, Mr. Co-Chair, I've got a question on, I mean, there are reports, there are different types of reports to me. And when we're appropriating direct dollars and requesting, really what we're requesting is kind of a regular accounting of expenditures and how they're, and that those expenditures are in compliance with the appropriation. And to me, that's a little bit different than asking for a report for report's sake. And I don't know, Don, have they ever distinguished that in the past? And
Mr. Chairman, they have not, but I would refer to the 2019 veto message from the current administration. And it outlines a number of reports that were required as a result of footnotes or section 300s. Since that time, the administration has not vetoed several reports. One great example and to Mr. Chairman's point, is the monthly reporting or accounting that the State Treasurer's Office is providing to the government, all of the legislature. Those monthly reports were required by footnote and were not vetoed. Similarly, the use of flex authority, again, to your point, is an accounting mechanism, arguably. That use of the flex authority requires a report pursuant to the B11s. And again, that has never been vetoed.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, it seems to me that, I mean, we ought to be prepared for the worst. And so I see we may want to have a draft bill of the reports available and that we could just slide along. I don't know. I'd be curious to get the Senate's input on that. And this is probably a type of an issue that we can discuss informally with the governor, you know, through this process on what he's going to object to and what he doesn't, as he has the opportunity to review this as soon as it becomes public. But I mean, I don't want to give up the ability to get these, particularly on some of these large dollar directives that we're giving discretionary in a lot of ways expenditures through the governor's office.
You know, I don't think there's, I mean, I think we've done a reports bill in the past. I think we've tried that before. I think that the governor's position on footnotes has moderated significantly since 2019. And, but even so, there's, you know, I think that in our conversation with the governor, he does want to work collaboratively, and obviously we can't work collaboratively unless we have some kind of communication back from him with respect to where things are going and what he's doing. So I don't think that's necessarily the objection, but I don't disagree with you, and we can certainly kind of run some of these by. I think that the memo that LSO prepared for us that outlines a number of these kind of, we can kind of focus on those, and we can visit with the governor's office and see where some of that's at. Some of that he'll do anyway. Some of that we can simply ask him to report. The bigger question we have to add is when we do that, we're making it a condition of the appropriation. If he line item vetoes that condition, then there's certainly an implication that there's no longer that condition on the appropriation, which goes directly to your point.
So Don, I think if you could just earmark this and remind us as we'll highlight these ones, and we might even ask you to just remind us to sit down with whomever, whether it's Betsy or Rennie or and require kind of an early response back and forth with them.
We can do so. Mr. Chairman, the next item on page 6 is the $125,000 which you reinstated for international marketing and export growth. Pretty standard footnote. Footnote number 3 on page 6, line 16, is standard language in the event that there is a transition of governor as a result of the 2022 general election. This is a one-time expenditure. Footnote number 4, this is the first of 3 footnotes related to FNRPA, or the Federal Natural Resource Policy account. This first footnote deposits the general fund appropriation into the account, footnote 4. Footnote 5 specifically designates $1 million to be used for the Black Hills National Forest Plan revision pursuant to a governor's letter. And footnote number 6 indicates that all funds available within the FNRPA account are available and have been appropriated for expenditure. You recall the conversation there was they originally had asked for, I believe, $600,000 or $900,000, excuse me, and there was 1.5 available in the account, and the committee directed the full amount be available for expenditure should the need arise. Footnote number 7 provides for the WIT program, or $27.5 million general fund appropriation for the WIT program. I would comment here because this has been raised with some legislators. Even by putting this 27.5 million in the governor's office as opposed to the university and the community college, it will not adversely affect our maintenance of effort, because maintenance of effort is based upon expenditures of the entities, not where the funds were appropriated. So this gives control to the governor's office and does not adversely affect maintenance of effort. You will see on page 8 the conditions on that, which include up to $400,000 for an at-will employee contract position to manage and administer the WIN program. The second report, which I'll just bring to your attention, appears in subsection 2 of this footnote, requiring a report on the established metrics and the results of the WIT program. And then any expenditures under the appropriation shall be reported through the B11 process. And then finally, it's the last paragraph of this footnote, item number 4 on line 21, indicates that this is a one-time appropriation.
So Don, obviously this is going to be a report issue and also reporting on the metrics and the outcomes. And so this clearly we need to sit down and have a reconciliation with the governor on what he's willing to do and not do.
Right, and just so the committee knows, I mean, we've talked about this a little bit. Well, I certainly explained, I talked to Rennie after we did this. They were kind of happy with the way that we went about this. So again, I think this is one of those where they may be, we'll see what specifically they want in there, but you know, all of our efforts to try and make this to the governor and made the governor the one to pull the trigger on these things. At least the initial comments from Rennie were fairly supportive in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, on page 9, if there's nothing further on the governor's office, the Secretary of State's office has just 3 footnotes. The first one is for funding for a ballot initiative. And you'll recall there was a ballot item for the 2022 statewide election ballot adopted last session relating to the investment of local government funds. And I noticed that there is also another item that is being proposed by the Judiciary Committee relative to the retirement age of judges, which is proposed for the ballot as well. If that measure passes and staff will monitor it, we will bring forward a amount probably close to double this, bringing the 64,000 up to about 128,000 for floor consideration. On page 10, the second footnote is very similar to the governor's office for the transition expenses if there is a change of Secretary of State as a result of the 2022 general election. And finally, on line 13, footnote number 3 specifies that the $42,000 JAC added is for travel expenses.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Don, back on footnote number 1 there of this regarding the constitutional amendment. If that Judiciary Committee bill passes, can we just add the money via that bill and not have to come in and do it in the budget bill? And then on your end, you'll reconcile it later. Is that how that would work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, unfortunately, that isn't. LSO attorneys, and it's been, I think, 20 years, and Tamara is online here as well. She can opine. But I believe that LSO legal looked at adding money to a joint resolution, and there is some conflict in doing so. So we've separated those out, and the appropriation should appear in the budget, but it's a very simple amendment. On the last day of markup, we can just add an additional 64,000 if it looks like one or more resolutions have staying power.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
just a hypothetical, Don, what happens if the resolution passes and we don't put the money in the budget for the constitutional amendment?
Well, Mr. Chairman, that has also occurred historically. The Secretary of State's office will have to identify funds within their funds appropriated to them, they will undoubtedly come forward for a supplemental request and even an emergency request in the next 2 sessions if it is not resolved. Mr. Chairman, if there's no other questions, moving to the state auditor's office, they only have 1 footnote and it is for transition expenditures. I would also note that there was a sizable amount of money, about $2.5 million that has been moved from the state auditor's office into section 304 for purposes of retiree health care. So if you're comparing your budget and the state auditor's bill, you will see that retiree health insurance appears in a section 300, not the table. Section 4 is the state treasurer's office, and I would bring to your attention on line 17, page 11. As a result of the JAC's motion, you left $2 in general funds in the investment and financial accounting column. Your staff visited with the staff of the state treasurer's office and said there's no purpose for that, so we have removed the additional $2. I know it's a de minimis amount of money, but that is not what you voted on. If you wanted to re-vote, fine. If you wanted to just simply acknowledge and ratify that your staff made a reasonable judgment as a result of your motion, that's your privilege as well.
Mr. Co-Chair, I would move that that it's a typographical numerical error, and we don't have to do anything else.
I think that's
Second.
fine. We can certainly trust our staff with a $2 decision. We trust them with a lot more than that. So,
Mr. Chairman, on page 12, 13, and 14 is the footnotes relative to the state treasurer's office. Footnote number 1 at the top of page 12 is consistent with the other elected officials for transition expenses in the event the state treasurer changes in the 2022 general election. Footnote number 2 provides for reports, and this is the 3rd reports. And let me mention that the reports are report heavy in the early stages of the budget bill. There are very few towards the later stages. But report number 3 requires a reconciliation of cash and investment earnings on a quarterly basis from the state treasurer's office to JAC and the Select Cap Finance Committee. Item number 3 is a directive to incorporate the CLA or Clifton Larson Allen contractor recommendations and report back. This is report number 4 in the budget bill to JAC and the Select Capital Financing and Investments Committee. Footnote number 4 is a continuation of a footnote from the last biennium, which requires monthly and fiscal year status of the distribution and transfers of state funds. This is the status of investment earnings, interest, dividends, realized and unrealized capital gains, and is for those counting report number 5 in this budget. Footnote number 5.
Don, Mr. Co-Chair, I have a question on that. So what we would normally receive, and Don, I don't know if you received it, was essentially an email from the director saying, go to our website and look at it, as opposed to reporting to us. And I never did the cross check. Were they in fact presenting to us on a timely basis the information that was requested in those reports? And what's your understanding?
Mr. Chairman, this requirement has been in place for 19 months. I believe we have received physical and emailed reports 18 out of 19 months. We have 1 month where they were missing. The content of the report is the question, I think. Many times it would say something to the effect that all reporting and distributions are up to date and nothing further than that. In fact, the report that you received in the last couple of weeks has language very similar to that effect, when in fact our portfolio update was filed as of October rather than as of December. So acknowledging that they are 2 months behind, the report certainly did not acknowledge that.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, my question is, when we ask for a report that is incomplete, does it behoove us, at least for recording purposes to provide notice that the report is incomplete, the data is incomplete, and ask for it, or when we're going to receive an update in order to continue to prime the pump, if you will. But also, I mean, if some of us aren't reelected or don't come back, no one's going to have a fair understanding necessarily of how we got and what's been going on and why we asked for these particular questions. So it seems to me that if we're asked for something, we ought to have a response when we don't get it.
Then, you know, and that's Mr. Chairman, that's probably that's a good observation, and probably a deficiency on your and my part. We should have been following those up with some letters and talking about the deficiencies as we perceive them, and we didn't do that. So I think you're exactly right. And if we don't do those types of things and follow up like that, then essentially we accept them and waive our complaint that they're not what we're looking for. So that's a very good point, I think.
So Don, and I guess what we're going to need is a report from you every time we get one of these things, and then the co-chairs can craft a response.
Mr. Chairman, your staff and myself will take note of that. Just by way of example, at the top of page 14, the current language as well as the proposed language of this draft requires an explanation of any issues, including delays identified by the State Treasurer's Office relative to investment and accounting of funds. I think you have received a number of materials where if there would be a suggestion that there are currently delays, and in fact, the current report indicates there are none identified.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next footnote was requested by the agency. This is effective immediate funds for veterans property tax in the amount of $2.38 million. Footnote number 6, we did want to raise to your attention this question here limits the increase of compensation for the State Treasurer's Office investment staff who are subject to the performance compensation. And specifically on line 11, the words "and section 319, staff are unsure whether JAC intended to include that or not. So let me give you a specific example. If you have a senior investment officer, would they be eligible for the across-the-board market and merit raise, or do you want to hold them at their current salary? Right now, the language would make them eligible for the market and merit raises, just like any other executive branch state employee. But that was not really discussed with the motion, so we wanted to make sure we understood your intent. Those words "and section 319 of this act." I might not have been clear with that. The old language froze all of those investment staff salaries, meaning they were not eligible for any increases because they're also benefiting from performance increases. Well, now we have a all agency compensation package, and we're unsure whether these positions are intended to participate in that statewide plan or not.
Don, my understanding was that for the investment folks, we gave them a range of what their salaries could be. And we gave I think more leeway for the investment staff to get increases than other state employees. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, I think perhaps initially, but in the last 3 years or so, no. In fact, you've frozen their salaries at their existing levels. Now, they certainly are treated beneficially in that they get the performance compensation, which can be an additional 50, 75, or even 100% of their base pay. But their base pay has been frozen now.
But my question is, we gave a range for each one of those positions, you know, like 120 to 150 or whatever it was. are all of them at the top of that base pay?
Mr. Chairman, that's my understanding.
So, which Don kind of begs the question in my mind. I mean, as far as the, you know, and I don't know how you do that with respect to the investment folks, but there were two elements to the to the compensation proposal of the executive branch. One was to bring them within, you know, 90% of the market. While I might understand why that would be applicable to investment staff, I don't understand how merit pay would be applicable to investment staff, because they have, as we've talked about, they have the performance compensation, which is you know, essentially merit based. It's on what they produce. So I don't know, you know, I can't figure out how they would actually fall into and really be. I can figure out, obviously give them the money, they get the money and their salary changes, but just from a kind of a theoretical or standpoint, I'm struggling to see how that would apply to the investment staff.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we should omit this language and address the base pay for our investment team, both at the treasurer's office and the retirement system, separately, as we have addressed these employees and handled them separately since we implemented the incentive-based pay. If we need to go in and look at what their base pay is, I think we should do that separately and not include it within the executive branch's pay metrics.
I think that's my gut reaction as well. But my guess is there's two ways we can do it. I think we did it statutorily to set those base pays. And so we could augment it biennially through a footnote or through a budget footnote or a section 300, or we could bring a bill that just raise it at $5,000 per, you know, that type of thing, or just kind of slide up the scale some.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's just a timing issue. It's no different than what we do with judges' salaries or something else. I think it should come as an individual bill. We should look at the history of that and maybe provide some adjustment. The question is timing. Do we want to try to get a bill drafted up right now? Or do we want to look at this over the next year and then come back with an employment compensation program? I guess I would be inclined to look at it, you know, after this session and look at something for next year. But
I kind of agree with you, Mr. Vice President. We already know that I think they've got a significant performance compensation calculation already there. And so I don't think they're going to be hurting you know, for the next few months. And so I don't see how we get it done between now and the end of session. So I think I think we're kind of thinking the same thing. So just informally, is there anybody have, how many people think would be in favor of we'll just look at that in the interim and see where we go with that? How many people would be in favor of that? Just do a show of hands really quick. All right. And then just all those who think that's not a very good idea, go ahead and raise your hands. All right. So Don, did you get that? So I think that's a good, why don't we would we just strike footnote 6 then, Don? Or do you need to say something?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps I understood my previous vote here. If we leave the language in, then we preserve the status quo, which is what I thought you were advocating for temporarily, at least.
No.
If we remove the footnote, doesn't that mean that if I'm an investment staff person in the treasurer's office, I'm entitled to get a raise up to market, and then I'm also entitled to get a merit pay, and then I'm entitled to get a performance bonus on top of that? It seems
That's
like
right. I stand corrected, Representative Stith. I think you're correct. Don, what do we need to do and take any action? Just leave that alone.
Mr. Chairman, given the discussion, I think, and Representative Stith accurately summarized it, I think you would remove on page 14, lines 11, remove and section 319 of this act
Okay,
and leave everything else.
all right. Okay, that's your, I think that's your marching orders then, Don.
So moved.
Do we need a motion on that or, okay, let's go
Second.
ahead. I'll say we got this moved by Representative Walters and seconded by
Second.
Representative Stiff. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All right, that motion is carried. Thank you. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the next footnote for your consideration is the $651,000 for a COO or a CEO. And I would direct your attention to page 14, lines 21 and 22, where this delegates the selection of this candidate for the position to be housed within the State Treasurer's Office, but designates the IFC or Investment Funds Committee to identify which position and select the applicant. That is unusual, I'll say.
So, and I think that I think we've actually got a little bit bigger problem in that the IFC, I don't think the IFC has the statutory authority to do this. But you know who does would be isn't the SLIB sit as the State Investment Committee?
Yep.
So the SLIB, we could, if we transferred, I have no problem with the IFC being involved, but ultimately, at the end of the day, I think they can make a recommendation, but I think that recommendation probably has to go to either one, the treasurer, or to the SLIB acting as the State Investment Committee. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, I would concur. I think the language needs to say that the IFC can interview and select a proposed candidate that then would be subject to the approval of the SLIB, and that he would then that person that would serve at the will of the SLIB.
I mean, I have no problem with that. Well, I mean, ultimately, this will all change as we kind of work through that office in a few years anyways, but to get that going, I think that's not a bad idea. Any other comments, any other thoughts about this?
Mr. Chairman, he had me right up till he works for the SLIB.
Well, it's for hiring and firing purposes. The question is who hires and who fires, and so that's what I mean by the motion.
Okay, so if it's just for the hiring and firing, I would concur with that.
Yeah. Don, do you need any other clarification?
I think it's fairly clear. A vote would be appreciated,
Okay,
and we
well,
would change the IFC would interview and recommend a candidate as well as what position, and the SLIB board would select the candidate.
So moved.
okay, so Senator Grew, you've moved that. We got a second from Senate Representative Walters.
I would just make a friendly amendment, Don, that it would select them and then also have the authority to remove.
Is that a friendly amendment to the movement and the second? That's in the affirmative. Any questions or debate? All in favor, let's raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. All right, that motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask Don to go back to footnote 5 on the veterans tax exemption, and that effective immediately, is that because they were short on what they owed the counties for this, the rest of this fiscal year? And then I take from the nod of your head that's correct. I'm understanding from my county that they're also short on the Native American tax reimbursement, but they haven't made a similar request to reimburse them the short amount. Is that something that they would just have to make up, or is that something I'd need to consider taking care of on the floor?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, your timing is impeccable, because on page 15, footnote number 8 is the $38,000 for the effective immediate Native American.
And we're happy to take that out if you would like to bring this a floor amendment, Representative Larson.
That these guys are the best, aren't they?
Yeah. Okay, anything else before we leave that area of the treasurer's office? Anyone else? Don, anything else?
Mr. Chairman, I have no other comments.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, the next agency for your consideration is the Department of Administration and Information. There are no footnotes. It appears on page 16. On page 17, the Wyoming Military Department has, I believe, 4 footnotes on pages 17, 18, and the top of 19. Footnote number 1 is a continuation of the ability to hire 9 AWACS for Air National Guard if they are 100% federally funded. I'm going to jump to page 18. Footnote number 4 provides almost identical authority for the Army National Guard and up to 13 AWACS. Again, both of those footnotes are carryovers. And footnotes 2 and 3 are new this year. This is the split of the routine maintenance. You'll recall that the JAC elected to provide an appropriation for routine maintenance as opposed to carryover authority of major maintenance funds. And footnote 2 relates to the Air National Guard, and footnote 3 refers to the Army National Guard. Mr. Chairman, I acknowledge that I'm not walking through each table, but you do have the summary report, which shows every governor's recommendation as well as JAC action on the numbers. But we're trying to focus on, did we capture your intent on the narrative?
I think so.
Mr. Chairman, the next agency appears on page 19, the Office of Public Defender. There is one footnote here, and I would describe this as almost near superflex because they now have the ability to move 100 and 900 series for contract attorneys as necessary. And it turns out you'll see those numbers almost add up to their entire appropriation. The only thing that this is not subject to is their utilities, expenses, support costs, and the like. That is the only footnote on that agency. The next agency for your consideration is the Department of Agriculture on page 2021. There is one footnote. It is for $300,000 for the purposes of Wyoming Ag in the classroom. This is one-time funding and similar to a prior footnote from last biennium. Agency 11, Department of Revenue, 14, Miners Hospital, have no footnotes. The Attorney General's office has one footnote, which appears on page 23. And this, I believe, was the Representative Stith amendment, which provided for up to 2 AWACS to pursue the birth cost recovery under Medicaid fairness. Agency 20, DEQ, Agency 21, Department of Audit, Agency 23, Public Service, have no footnotes. The next agency is Agency 24. This agency has a total of 8 footnotes, which begin on the bottom of page 26. The first one is for a continuation of funding for the Annals of Wyoming in the amount of $63,000. This is a continuation footnote, which JAC approved from last biennium. Footnotes number 2 and 3, I believe, were Representative Schwartz motion, $100,000 for We the People, and $300,000 to be matched 1-to-1 from from local funds. And then federal funds would be further matched 1-to-1 from that combined amount, ultimately leveraging 2-to-1 matching with an emphasis of the expenditures on the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. I would note on line 18, we took this from our understanding, and in fact, we listened to the tape, and there was a comment that says it was an emphasis, but not exclusionary to the 250th anniversary.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative Schwartz. So you want to
Yeah.
take back your footnote?
Yeah, and I agree with the second part of Mr. Richards' comment about not specifically, not exclusively regarding the declaration, but on the matching, it's almost in reverse order, and the actual match is 1-to-1 for federal. And then the assumption is that when they grant out to local entities, there will be a match. but I'm not sure it's a guaranteed one-to-one match.
So Mr. Chairman, on page 27, lines 15 and 16, I think is what is concerned. I believe I did mischaracterize. It is $1 of general funds to be matched with $1 of federal funds. And then if it is the pleasure of the committee, we can strike, remove, or modify any subsequent match to a local participant. And that would appear on page 15 and 16 if you want us to remove that subsequent match.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion. It will be the intent to get them, but I don't think we should put it in the footnote.
I think that happens. I think from our discussion and my experience, that happens. That happens. We don't have to say that. They don't pay for the entire event. There's always local matches. So, Andy,
Do we put it, Mr. Co-Chair, do we put in language to say to the maximum extent possible, or just to the extent possible, they will obtain local matching dollars for these combined funds?
I think you could say that, or I think you could also say it by just using wording along the effect that this will supplement local funds in achieving these events or something like that. I think the only problem is if you say that to the maximum extent possible, then we can argue about what that means. I think you just have to be a little bit general. I think it happens already. I don't think we have to. It's working already. I don't think we have to do too much to it. It's already happening that way.
Mr. Chairman, I've made a motion. I didn't get a second, but I just think we don't need to refer to the local grants. That is their policy of how the money goes out anyhow. All we're referring to is the federal grants in our money.
I will second his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Walters.
Do you understand the motion, Don? All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand.
Just me and Larry.
That motion passes a little bit. Okay, the motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, the next footnote for your consideration appears on page 28. This is a continuation footnote, $10,000 for the Wyoming Centennial Farm and Ranch Program. Footnote number 5 relates to the archaeology contract services. This allows the funds to be moved between 100 series and 900 series. And then footnote number 6 provides for the deposit of $2.5 million to the corpus of the Wyoming Cultural Trust Fund. You'll see a similar amendment at a higher amount when we come to the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund. Footnote number 7, and I have reached out to the sponsor on this. Well, the legislator of interest, I guess he does not serve on the JAC committee. This is a carryover footnote from the prior session. It turns out, and I have spoken with the director of the State Parks and Cultural Resources, there are no contracts that are on a month-to-month basis. So while this served a purpose in the last biennium, this, just for the committee's knowledge, has really no practical purpose because there are no contracts related to this.
Mr. Co-Chair, I would move that we strike it.
Second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Well, what exactly is the motion to strike just the language starting with any contract or lease, or is the entire footnote?
I think it's the entire footnote if I understood the motion.
Yeah, I think we don't need the whole, I don't think there's any portion of that that's really necessary.
There's nothing to which it applies, is my understanding anymore. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, there's a couple of objections, but the motion does carry. All right, continue, Don.
Chairman, footnote number 8 is the $300,000 set aside. This is for the outdoor recreation. It is funded through a portion of the transfer from the tourism and reserve projects account. And it specifically directs the agency to separately account and in the future separately request this in their biennial budget.
Okay.
Section 27 has
Wait
two.
a second, Representative Larson, did you have something?
And so Don, in that request to state parks, we're requesting them to come back because right now they don't have a outdoor recreation budget. And we're requesting them to come back with a division, an outdoor recreation division, and a budget to support that. Is that correct?
One small clarification, it would be a separate unit within state parks, not a separate division. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Just making sure it was, thank you.
Okay, continue.
Footnote number 1 for the state construction department makes $4 million effective immediately. And I believe this is for the engineering and technology, particularly related to the school facilities, capacity and review. And then footnote number 2 is the $1 million that was appropriated for purposes of the acoustics and sound within the Capitol building, as well as under the Hirschler building, referred to as often as the connector.
Okay.
Section 30 or 29 has no footnotes for the Wyoming Water Development Office. Section 37, the state engineer. This is an agency request to make $366,000 effective immediate. Section 39, the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust has 3 footnotes. The first relates to $10 million general fund appropriation shall be deposited in the income account and available for expenditure for projects. Footnote number 2 is specific to a $10 million appropriation for wildlife crossings. And there is the expectation that the expenditure of these funds is conditioned on a 4-to-1 match, anticipating funds from the federal infrastructure bill. And footnote number 3 provides a deposit of $75 million general fund into the corpus of the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust account.
Okay.
Agency 41 has no footnotes. Agency 42, the Geologic Survey, has 2 footnotes. The agency.
Don, on agency 41, can we go back and put some footnotes about fees or not having fees or maybe? No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Agency 42, the Wyoming State Geological Survey, requested $130,000 be effective immediately, and that is the purpose of footnote 1. And footnote number 2 relates to a governor's letter for $2 million for the geophysics survey to analyze Wyoming mineral resources one time. Agency 44, the Insurance Department, has no footnotes. Agency 45, the Department of Transportation. Footnote number 1 is an appropriation of $20 million from the highway funds. And this footnote also serves as the legislative authorization required under last year's bill 2021 chapter 152 to require legislative authorization before moving forward on the revenue information or RIS system. Footnote number 2 allows a movement of about $500,000 or $523,000 between the 900 and 100 series for the Capitol Complex security. Footnote number 3 provides $4.1 million out of MRG, Mineral Royalty Grant funds, to support WildLink charges of local governments. This is a carryover appropriation or a footnote from prior years.
Hey, Don, just out of curiosity on the footnote 2 and the Capitol Complex security, are those federal funds?
Mr. Chairman, these are highway funds, so they could come from a variety of different sources, including federal, but I believe it's primarily their severance taxes, FMRs, that sort of thing.
Well, what I'm curious about is, I know that when we had 9/11 and for the governor's security, that's roughly a $16 million budget, or biennial budget that we receive of federal dollars for security. And because this is for the Capitol Complex, why would we not use those federal dollars to do this?
Mr. Chairman, I do not know the answer to that. I think we have some folks from the executive branch if they wanted to opine on that. Mr. Hibbert?
Good afternoon, Chairman. Could you advise me again what you believe is available in federal funds?
Oh, I'm talking about those, I think it was after 9/11 where that for the governor's security, the Division O type things. Most of those are federal dollars that come in for security. And so I'm curious why these capital complex security dollars wouldn't qualify for that, as opposed to using severance tax dollars to perform this function.
I would have to look at the availability of funds, see if it's out there. And then the restraints on that as well. These actually can be motor fuel taxes, registrations, because under Wyoming's Constitution, highway patrol does qualify as traffic supervision, and that's one of the qualifications of highway user fees. So it could be severance taxes, federal mineral royalties, or highway user fees.
So Kevin, just along those same lines. So if we go to, in the budget, we go to law enforcement, and we've got that portion of law enforcement about $89 million in change. And that comes out of S7, which simply just says S7 is just highway fund.
Correct.
Which is that it's kind of a mishmash of, isn't that a mishmash of both federal and state?
Highway funds in the classification would be for the highway patrol, highway user fees, because it qualifies under Constitution. Royalties and severance taxes as well are in S7. Typically, we denote the federal fund sources in the budgets where we have them. In the case of the highway patrol, they have motor carrier safety assistance grant, et cetera.
Okay. So Bob, does that, so right now the entire amount is just out of S7, there, that little carve out's out of S7. Did you want to do something to try and expand that, or
Well, yeah,
what are you thinking?
Just my thought process, after 9/11, all of a sudden we got a large amount of money of federal dollars that we were using through Division O to provide security for our electeds. And so it's in the budget every year, and it's a significant amount of money. What I'm thinking is, if we can take part of those dollars and use it for this capital complex security, which to me kind of makes sense, then we could actually then use more of the highway dollars for highways. Whereas, and I'm just curious if that just makes sense to me. And I've never been a big fan of spending tens of millions of dollars on security that of our own dollars when the feds are paying us for it and we get it for nothing.
So, Mr. Chairman, we'll research what's available. And I don't think there's any resistance at all from anybody if there's a possibility that we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Let us know if you find out anything out.
Will do.
All right. Go ahead, continue, Don.
Mr. Chairman, that takes us to Agency 48, the Department of Health. This agency has a total of 8 footnotes over pages 38 through 43. The first footnote, number 1, at the bottom of page 38, is a carryover footnote. I believe this was a request of Representative Larson, and this would provide a continuation of the upper payment limit, primarily or exclusively actually for hospitals. I believe there is state statute that provides the upper payment limit for other healthcare providers, i.e. nursing homes. There's no state funds associated with this. Footnote number 2 is also a continuation, and the Joint Appropriations Committee used to specifically identify monthly amounts for the maximum state SSI or supplemental security payment. Last year, you've modified that language to simply say that it shall be the lowest amount required under federal law to remain eligible for matching funds from SSA, Social Security Act. Footnote number 3 at the bottom of page 39 and throughout page 40 directs increases to the mental health inpatient and outpatient, as well as substance abuse inpatient and outpatient. This is merely to direct the agency where those increases were made. JAC increased the budgets for those 4 units, and this footnote serves to advise the agency where JAC intended the funds to be expended.
And Don, those are, and my recollection was, those are the amounts we simply carried forward from our budget from last year. That was, is that right? Is that correct?
No, Mr. Chairman, this is actual new money, a new general fund appropriation. I believe, and he's left, but I believe this was a Senator Kinski appropriation or motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I think it reflects more of the cuts they took being restored. So
Yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 4 at the bottom of page 40 provides $7.5 million effective immediate in tobacco trust funds. This is to fully fund the tobacco trust activities and avoid the quote unquote tip at the end of the biennium. Footnote number 5 on the top of page 41. This, as well as the next footnote number 6, relates to the Wyoming Home Services or WICE program. Specifically, this provides for fiscal year 2023 funding in the amount of $2.7 million with a number of conditions outlined in subsection 2, that the Department of Health implement means testing, develop performance metrics, and initiate negotiations for a waiver. And this is often referred to as the 111 or 1115 waiver, 1115 waiver. However, in law, as amended, it's actually 1315. So there's a little bit of confusion there. Footnote number 6, which is related to that, provides and actually directs the director of the Department of Health to pursue such a waiver. And then finally, at the top of page 43, footnote 7 provides $5.1 million effective immediate, and footnote number 8, and that footnote number 7 relates to the skilled nursing center, and footnote number 8 provides for 35 FTE, also related to effective immediate at the Veterans Skilled Nursing Center. There are no comments. I'll move to agency 49, the Department of Family Services. This has 2 footnotes, the first of which is a carryover, which limits the number of group home beds in excess of any beds certified on January 1, 2020. This item will come up again in the ARP bill, where you have a similar appropriation of $1 million and a similar restriction on the number of beds. And then on the top of page 44, there is a appropriation for increasing by $1.15 million for 4 different areas: the out-of-home services, including foster care, adoption and guardianship, group homes, and RTCs, or residential treatment centers. I believe this was added by Representative Larson, and it's merely a direction to the department how those funds were intended to be expended. Agency 51, Livestock Board; Agency 53, Workforce Services; Agency 55, Oil and Gas Commission; Agency 57, Community College Commission have no footnotes. The next footnotes appear on page 47 in the Office of State Lands and Investments, and we also have a technical correction which came up just this morning. First, to the footnotes. Footnote number 1 provides $60,000 for support of renovations and $60,000 of general funds and $690,000 of S5 monies, which are school foundation program funds, shall be deposited in the State Land Preservation and Enhancement account. The agency the Joint Appropriations Committee did not specify noxious weeds. They just said for the purposes of the State Land Preservation and Enhancement account, but in prior years, this is referred to as the noxious weed footnote. The comment I wanted to make on Agency 60, line 5 and 6 of page 47. It came to our attention this morning that you will see that the $22.5 million of MRG funds, that's the Mineral Royalty Grant Program funds for local governments, was removed by JAC. Before removing that, we funded all of the obligations, and there are 3 different obligations. So we funded in the Business Council $8 million for purposes of the business readiness program, BRC. Business Ready Communities, excuse me. Then we funded the matching amount for safe drinking water, which is a required state match of the federal funds received. And then third, we funded the local share of the WildLink charges for radios, which we just discussed in the Department of Transportation. What we did not understand at the time was on line 7, page 47, about $366,000 of SR is actually from S4, but the agency coded it as SR rather than as S4. So we would ask for your permission to fund, and if Elizabeth has the exact number, it's about $360,000.
Mr. Chairman, Elizabeth Martineau with LSO, $397,466.
So if I understand that, so will line 5 then, that'll increase by that amount, and line 7 will decrease by that amount? Is that that's the net effect?
That's
Okay.
correct, Mr. Chairman. Yes, it was just coded differently.
Okay.
So moved.
Okay, we got a motion by Co-Chairman Nicholas and a second by Senator Giroux. Either that or he wants peace. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. That motion is adopted.
And so, Mr. Chairman, and if questions, and so then we note those changes then in that section 300, correct, Dawn?
Mr. Chairman, you're exactly right. An identical amount will need to be reduced in section 300M, and I'll bring that up as well.
Same motion. Let's just do it now.
Now let's just do it now.
So moved.
Chairman motion by Co-Chairman Nicholas, second by Representative Walters. All those in favor of making the corresponding set, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next agency is the governor's residence on page 48. There are no footnotes. On page 49, the Wyoming Tourism Board has a total of 3 footnotes. Footnote number 1 is an approval of $8.8 million, one-time funding, and also to require metrics of the tourism board in the event of an exception request to continue similar services. We did not specifically request a report here. We tried to craft the language such that they must provide well-developed metrics and associated outcomes resulting from this appropriation in their next budget request. Footnote number 2 provides $1.5 million from the Tourism and Reserve Projects account for welcome centers and signage at the Quebec 01 State Historic Site. And of course, you also have a condition on this appropriation that there is a report, I believe this is report number 7, to both JAC as well as TRW committee on the improvements and interpretive updates. And then footnote number 3 provides $2 million from the recreation or from the Tourism Projects and Reserve account to support outdoor recreation within state parks and cultural resources. Seeing no comments, I'm moving to agency 67. The first footnote appears at the bottom of page 51. This is a standard carryover footnote for the $10 million of matching funds for the University of Wyoming athletics. Footnote number 2 appears on the page 53, line 3, which provides $200,000 for the UW rodeo team. Page 53, line 7 provides $1.579 million in general funds in the event these are not permissible with ARP funding. And we have received some comment from the CLA or the state executive branch consultants that it is unlikely that tuition and fees would qualify for ARP funds. So this is the backstop of general funds. Staff did have a question here. The motion simply mentioned tuition. We interpreted that to be inclusive of tuition and fees. But if you would want us to remove and fees, that is our attempt to interpret the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the one that made the motion, I think the tuition and fees was the intent. And really this 1.5 million is to cover the annual increase as the University of Washington that provides the medical school increases those tuition and fees by approximately 3% annually. And so that was the intent. So then it brings me to my next question, which really starts on line 11, where it says this would not be part of the standard budget. This increase was part of the standard budget until budget reductions a year ago, and that's when they chose to reduce this 3% increase in tuition and fees as one of their budget saving measures. And so I think it would actually make sense to have this included as part of their budget saving or as part of their standard budget. So that would be my change, is to delete that language, because for many years that was always just part of the standard budget because it's a known cost as the university is in this contract with the University of Washington for these seats.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. For the discussion, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, that one passes barely.
Mr. Chairman, we will remove that sentence on lines 11 through 13. Footnote number 4 is for the Nuclear Energy Collaboration and Training Program. The purpose of the footnote is to make it one-time, effective, immediate, and to designate the funds within SER as for what purpose they should be expended. Footnote number 5 provides $2 million for the energy policy development at UW. This also relates to the Hydrogen Center of Excellence. Again, this is noted as one time and specific to the purposes of the footnote. I believe footnote number 6 is a Representative Stith motion, whereas the prior two were related to governor's letters. I believe this is a $300,000 for a feasibility study for research incorporating carbon dioxide into concrete, as well as CCUS, or carbon capture and utilization. We hope that we have adequately captured the intent of that motion. Footnote number 7, I believe.
Mr. Chairman.
Go to Representative Stith.
And Don, in all, I think I have a companion personal bill that if it were to pass, then this footnote would be unnecessary. It's essentially just fleshing out some sideboards on the feasibility study, what the university is supposed to do or not do. And so I think it would make sense for this to say, if this bill, is enacted, then this footnote's not operative. However, whatever the language is, you say that. The bill, I think, just got numbered recently, but I don't have the number in front of me.
So is there anything that, it's assuming that your bill doesn't get passed or just doesn't get introduced because of timeliness?
Right.
Are there any other restrictions or clarifications you think need to go in here that we would put in here? I guess if there are, why don't you just bring it as an amendment? Just so because the more we tie it down, I think the more favorable a response will be.
Okay, yes.
All right. Continue on. We'll look for that, Representative Stith. Don, you're on mute.
Apologies, Mr. Chairman. Would the committee like that additional sentence, if House Bill X is enacted, the appropriation subject to this footnote shall not be effective? Is
Yeah, I
that,
think so.
thank you. Mr. Chairman, the next footnote relates to the appropriation for purposes of an endowment for professorships in the College of Agriculture. I believe this was the Senator Hicks amendment. And we did share the language with the sponsor, and I believe it accurately captures the intent.
Don and excuse me, Mr. Vice President and Representative Walters, are you guys happy?
I've got one minor correction I would like to make here after reading it again. I think it could be it might be misconstrued, and just to provide some clarification on line 17 and 18, where it says excellence in agricultural education and research. I think that should read excellence in applied agricultural research and rangeland management. And so it would just be add the word after excellence in, include applied agriculture, delete the word education. That would be it.
We could make that conforming amendment.
So it says in excellent for the,
In applied agricultural research and rangeland management.
so you take out the and as well.
Yeah, the and goes to, my apologies.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Move on. Let's move on.
Footnote number 8 provides $25 million. This is the energy research matching grant contracts for flow through porous media. This includes 4 conditions, match of 1-to-1 general funds and funds from any other source, conducting all computational and practical research within the university, using University of Wyoming students. Third, performing the research on geologic formations and energy extraction opportunities that may be found within Wyoming. And then finally, any feasibility studies, small scale experiments, large scale projects be conducted within Wyoming to the extent possible. And Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Since we skipped over this, let me take you back to page 46 briefly. A colleague of mine identified an item that we should bring to your attention. On page 46 in the Wyoming Community College Commission, you will see between lines 12 and 13, there is no WIN program. That's the Wyoming Investment in Nursing. That is entirely funded in the ARP bill, meaning with ARPA funds only for the permissible uses. We've received some indication that may or may not qualify all of those activities, students as well as faculty, from ARP dollars. Unlike the WWAMI program that we just discussed, where there is a backstop of general funds that is included in this bill for the increase in tuition and fees, there is no such backstop for the WIN program. So if the ARP bill fails, or if the ARP is determined impermissible for all of the purposes of WIN, that program will not have any funding for this current biennium. I just wanted to make clear there wasn't a like motion on the WIN program like there was on the WWAMI program.
Don, is the WIN direct or
Correct. I remember our discussion about that. We thought it would be, we couldn't imagine how it would not qualify for direct ARPA since one of the populations dramatically affected is healthcare providers, plus the fact that there's been such a demand created by as a direct response to COVID. So I remember our discussion about that, but well, we'll do what the committee wants. It's also a great floor amendment if somebody starts to get nervous about the other funding. So,
well, but more importantly, the whole point of doing this was to use one-time dollars to do it. It wasn't to take other general fund dollars and all of a sudden create a new program.
it's not new. It's been around for a while, but Been around for what, 6 years, Don?
Mr. Chairman, I would say well over 15.
15, so.
But how has it been otherwise funded, Don? And how much?
Mr. Chairman, I believe the amount is about $6.7 million. And Elizabeth, if you could identify the specific amount. This has been a general fund appropriation in prior biennium.
And it's not in this program?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. That's why we wanted to bring it to your attention. It is not in the Community College Commission where it normally would appear.
But the issue is not that it won't get ARPA dollars, will it be 100% funded? To the tune of that 6.7 or whatever it is.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
And so, and just for further clarification, in the past, was that just a footnote under state aid that carved out a certain amount, or was that a separate appropriation?
Mr. Chairman, it was a separate line.
Okay.
Don, was there not some reduction in that program during last year's cuts? I thought I had it in my mind that Wyoming Investment in Nursing took some reductions.
Mr. Chairman, that's my recollection as well. I don't have the amount, but I think it was in the neighborhood of 12%.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to at least make sure the committee was aware of that.
Thank you.
On page 56, Agency 69, the WICHE program, Agency 70, Enhanced Oil Recovery, have no footnotes. Page 57, the retirement system, has one footnote and two questions. So this is very similar to the footnote regarding the investment policy or investment staff of the State Treasurer's Office. The first question we have is, you also had a motion to prohibit increases in compensation of Wyoming retirement staff, not just the investment staff, but their administrative staff. There was discussion of the committee as to whether or not that was a statement for your colleagues, and in that regard, retrospective, identifying what had occurred, or whether or not there was an intent to be prospective, prohibiting them from increasing their administrative compensation further. So that's kind of policy question number one. This is not retrospective, it is prospective, and would not allow for increases going forward for the non-investment employees. It would apply to all, as noted on line 19, or any other employees of WRS. That's policy question number one, and I'll pause there before discussing policy question number two. Okay, policy question number.
Don, before you leave off on that, so outside of the investment staff and outside of Dave Seidel, what is left other than just the accounting staff and administrative staff?
Yes, there are a number of accounting. There are what are referred to as educational positions who travel around the state and discuss the plan benefits with municipalities, counties, school districts, or other entities that are engaged. Hospitals are engaged in the retirement program. There is also the deferred compensation program within the retirement system as well. They have a little over a half dozen, 8 employees, I think.
Okay, thank you.
The second policy question is whether or not you wanted to include section 319, meaning the statewide compensation. And if you wish to act similarly here, you would strike the language on line 16, beginning with the word and increases authorized under section 319 of this act, comma, and strike that to be consistent with the State Treasurer's Office you took earlier today.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion to make it consistent with what we did in the Treasurer's Office, as these folks have been treated separately since we implemented that performance compensation concept and idea.
All right, so that's a motion by Representative Walter, a second by Senator Steinmetz.
Mr. Chairman, just
Go ahead, Representative Steph.
Mr. Chairman, just a question. This applies to all of the Wyoming retirement system. It applies just to the retirement system investment employees. Is that correct? So it's not all of the employees, but just a subset of them. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, as it stands now, it would apply to everybody, and which would, beg the question if you want a subsequent motion on treating those other employees any differently.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. So I guess I'm not familiar with exactly how the compensation works inside the Wyoming retirement system. Are all of the employees on a performance-based metric or just a few, some of them? And if it's just some of them, then it makes sense to me to make it consistent with what we did for the state treasurer's office, because that was only with respect to those who get performance pay. But if they're not getting performance pay, performance bonuses, then it might be overly broad to take them outside of the statewide agency enterprise employee compensation increases.
Mr. Chairman.
Good, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this will be a two-stage amendment or motion process. So the current motion as I intended and as I made it is for the investment policy team or investment team to mirror what we did in the treasurer's office in regards to their investment team. And then just to give you a preview into my next motion, it would be to allow for the non-investment members of the Wyoming retirement system to be eligible for the governor's pay metrics that he's proposing. But that second portion is not part of this motion. It will be the subsequent motion.
Okay. So everybody understand we're on the first motion. Everybody ready for the first motion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All right. All those opposed, raise your hand. The motion passes. All right. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would make a motion that the remaining employees that are part of the Wyoming retirement system that are not the investment folks, they would be eligible for the governor's proposed pay increases.
All right. Now their motion dies for lack of a second. Oh, there's a second. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, may I restate it and try this another time?
We'll take Vice President Hicks's motion for a second on that one. Okay. I don't, so the only comment I would make is at some point, no does mean no. And I don't know how exactly you send that message, but maybe you don't do it on the backs of the accountants and the secretaries. So all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All those opposed to the motion, raise your hand. That does pass with some opposition, but it does carry.
Mr. Co-Chair, I think what we need to do is have LSO went through the A&I report to us, because if they continue to, if they have a pay group scales that are inconsistent with other state employees and they're paying them more, we need to know that and be alerted to it. And then if it happens on a more consistent basis, then we can make specific language that simply prevents that.
Mr. Chairman, my question is that I just get the impression from this motion that kind of puts some sideboards on, that they'll need to comply with what the rest of the state employees do in that matrix there, and kind of hopefully avoid that issue that you mentioned where no means no. I think that's kind of our intent, isn't it?
Right. And Don, do we find, the way we find out about this stuff through the staff is we find about it any other way other than through the Chapter 17 reconciliation?
Mr. Chairman, LSO does identify on a monthly basis changes to some PAIL activity. PAIL is the report for HR. It is not always clean because we don't have the background until the Chapter 17 report, but we have some indication that raises were given out and can alert you at that time. It would still be after the fact, but we could certainly alert you to that time and perhaps engage in a letter to DA&I and Wyoming Retirement System to ask for a timely explanation.
Well, and why don't we, Mr. Co-Chairman, if it's okay with you, why don't we just go ahead and have that letter drafted and just tell them that for the next year, for the next 2 years, we'd like to be notified on changes of compensation in the Wyoming retirement system, and particularly any changes in, I guess the real issue is not necessarily a change in pay, but a change in classification. That was the real issue, wasn't it?
I believe there were both.
Okay,
Both.
why don't let's draft, if Mr. Co-Chairman, if you're agreeable to that, why don't we have a letter drafted, both that, and just ask them to report to JAC for the next year, and then if, depending on how that goes, we'll see if we write that letter again next year.
Right, and it's probably not reports, we probably have another way to
No,
say
we're
it.
not, yeah, it's just a letter from us to them, we just want notification.
Yeah, notification. of
Notification,
exactly.
they do it, and some the circumstances under which want to know the justifications and circumstances.
Great.
So I'm understanding this, we will remove the or any other employees. They would be eligible then for the regular section 319. We'll proceed with a communication via the chairs, and we will align the investment policy or investment staff to that which you did for the state treasurer's office.
That's how I understood the motion, and that was, there was some opposition, but it did pass.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Representative Walsh.
question for Don. With that motion, when we said, according to the governor's pay raise metrics, if there's members, accountants, secretaries within that office that are already at MPP or above, they would not receive any increase. That way, they would only have an opportunity to see an increase based on the performance side of the governor's recommendation. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's my understanding of the A&I's directives, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's continue.
Mr. Chairman, on page 58, agency 77 ETS has no footnotes. Page 59 and 60.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman, if I go back to agency 77, I'd like to make a motion to add $100,000 into the IT enhanced services. And if I can get a second, I can explain the need for that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So we're renovating one of the Emerson building that you guys are familiar with to put Department of Family Services in here in Lander, and our new Department of ETS director and his staff came to Lander to visit and become acquainted with some of the facilities. So we went up there and to the campus, and my intent was to show them the new facilities and the IT services that have been installed there. And then we went over to the admin building and looked at that. Then we went to this building, and they says, well, do you want to go down in the basement and see where stuff is at? And so you go down in there, and as we dug around and seen where the brains of our IT systems for that building are sitting on a plywood platform supported by 2x4s under the HVAC system. And then they got looking around and digging around. They come back and says, this is pretty antiquated. And if you're going to be renovating this building or changing this building for an update and bring this agency, and now would be a good time to upgrade that IT infrastructure. And so I asked them to go back and give me a figure on what that would take, and it was like $98,000. And so this would, while we're constructing those walls and stuff, would allow us to upgrade that building for Department of Family Services IT needs.
So why would we do that here? Are those renovations going to be done at the Capitol with major maintenance, or is there a specific capital construction project?
No, there's capital construction. There's capital construction that we approved a couple of years ago, Mr. Chairman.
So is the improvements that they want to do, or why wouldn't they just qualify for major maintenance?
I can't answer that. We just thought it was outside what we had planned on for construction. And wanted to make sure that we'd done it during that time. But that's probably a fair question. Just thought this would be a good means of getting it done at an appropriate time.
Well, anyway, okay, well, I just, it seems to me it's existing maintenance. It's a substantial expenditure in an existing building. I just don't know why it would be covered, why it could be paid for and be covered under major maintenance as opposed to a carve out under ETS. But
I think the problem is the major maintenance, they're moving into this building. And it's part of the Wyoming Life Resource Center. So it's going to either come out of the Wyoming Resource Center budget before it's turned over, or it's going to have to come out of new major maintenance dollars when they arrive at the building, which they don't even have yet. So I think this captures it so that we're not paying for it retrospectively, one fashion or another. And I mean, we're already siphoning the Wyoming Resource Center budget below the knees. So this makes more sense to me to put it here.
okay, we've got you got a motion and a second. Are we ready to vote? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. All right, that motion carries over with some opposition. All right, let's continue on.
Mr. Chairman, moving to page 59, the Department of Corrections, footnote number 1 provides for $324,000 of ARP revenue replacement, not direct ARP, for mental health substance abuse disorder programming. This is regularly referred to as House Bill 31 programming. It also requires reporting from the Department of Corrections to the Joint Judiciary Interim Committee and JAC. Footnote number 2 is very similar. This provides $1.6 million in incentive and alternative sanctions for probation and parole. This is often referred to as House Bill 53 funding. Both of these were added by the Joint Appropriations Committee, and the footnotes explain the intent for their expenditure. Agency 81 has no footnotes. Agency 85, the Wyoming Business Council, has 3 footnotes. The first begins on the bottom of page 61, $485,000 for targeted business recruiting. Footnote number 2 is $400,000 for Asia Pacific Trade Office. And footnote number 3 is $5 million for SBIR, or Small Business Innovation Research. I believe the last one was a Senator Kinski motion, whereas footnotes 1 and 2 related to requests that were in the agency budgets. Agency 90 has no footnotes. Agency 96 does have a footnote of $9,500 effective immediate as requested by the agency. Agency 98, Office of Guardian Ad Litem, has no footnotes. Agency 101, Supreme Court, I believe they have 3 footnotes. The first one appears on the top of page 65. This relates to the $250,000 budget request for a workload study. Staff does have a question on this. As requested, the workload study was for clerks and judges of circuit courts. However, in the Joint Appropriations Committee motion, the motion was made for district courts as well. And we wanted to make sure whether or not district courts should or should not be included.
I think we want them to be included. And the reason is that we anticipate that we'll have district court requests. I think, you know, you've got 3 pending this year. And if we don't pass all 3, I would assume that whatever ones we don't pass this year will be back next year. And we just, I did call and talk with the Chief Justice when we finished up in Casper. I made some calls on my way home and talked with her as well as the treasurer and some others about just visiting with them about what we did in their budgets. And I explained this, and we're just looking for some kind of even anecdotal anecdotal corroboration that these work study loads are somewhere in the ballpark. So I explained to her that we did want them for both, but if the committee wants to do something else, I'm certainly, we certainly can visit about that. Okay, Don.
And just to bring to your attention again, in subsection, or excuse me, paragraph 3 to subsection A, this provision does provide for a sample of timekeeping of the circuit and district court judges. Footnote number 2 provides for $444,000 for 3 time-limited trainer positions. You'll recall that you authorized some time-limited positions in the executive branch as well. The executive branch has the authority to create time-limited positions. The judicial branch does not. So that is the purpose of footnote number 2 for the money. And then footnote number 3, the authorization of those 3 positions. You will also see on line 5, page 66, June 30th, 2025 extends beyond the budget period. This is what I was referring to when I kicked off the discussion of section 2. There are some provisions here that are more a indication to the agency, the state budget department, and LSO as to what should occur in the next budget. I don't believe there are any footnotes in any of the district courts.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, on that 3 positions authorized through June of 2025, if the governor were to veto that because it is outside of the budget time period, and so then that June 30th, 2025 language goes away, does that mean those time-limited positions would go on in perpetuity until somebody took other action, or does that mean that they would not be allowed to go forward at all?
Mr. Chairman, not to get into too many specifics, if he eliminated the entire footnote, the JAC in 2 years would still have an opportunity to come back and establish the end date in the next biennium. And we would have the expectation of this committee to do so. But for the period of the budget, they would be full-time employees.
So Dawn, would it be more appropriate if we did something like that they're authorized through and we made it June 30 of 2024 and then instructed them to come back with a request for 1 additional year in the next budget, so that we're not, it's probably a pretty good legal question of whether or not this has any validity, since it extends beyond the current biennium. So,
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a great improvement. The amendment would be on page 66, line 5, to strike 2025, insert 2024. And you could say a subsequent sentence, it is the intent of the legislature to include these positions in the next exception request.
yeah, for the first year of the following biennium.
And then, Mr. Co-Chair, Don, on that is the number, the 444, is that just for those 3 positions through 1 biennium, or does that fund the last year?
Mr. Chairman, they actually asked for 3 positions and $888,000, and you already cut it in half. So it's probably insufficient even for 2 years.
Perfect.
Mr. Chairman, I would make the motion then, if I may, to change that date to 2024 and add the sentence that it's the intent of the legislature that they requested, as previously discussed.
For the first year for the first year of the following biennium. There's a second by Representative Kenner.
Question on the motion.
Those in favor, raise your hand. Those opposed, raise your hand. Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, taking you to page 80, Agency 160, the county and prosecuting attorneys, $499,000 is effective immediate. This is similar to the veterans and Native American. issue where the funds are insufficient to get through fiscal year 2022 for
Okay,
those county prosecuting attorneys. On page 81 is the ECA limited to energy and education materials. This works out to be a total of $10.2 million, split between a direct appropriation as well as recapture reduction. You will see some language in there which refers to if a bill, Senate File 33, is enacted, then we have to change the definition. The Joint Education Committee is modifying Attachment A and putting it into statute. That's the only thing that Senate File 33 does, is move Attachment A into the Green Books or Wyoming statute. And if that passes, then we have to reference a different source. Agency 206, the Department of Education, has 3 footnotes. Footnote number 1 is a carryover from at least 2 biennia to provide up to $50,000 from any appropriation for Wyoming meat products. We did modify on line 24 of page 82 that it used to read school lunches. We changed the word lunches and inserted meals. And the reason for doing that is in the past year and a half through COVID, K-12 school districts have been providing dinners or snacks as well as breakfast in addition to school lunches. On page 83, footnote number 2 provides $10,000 for the immediate transition of the superintendent of public instruction. And footnote number 3 is in the event that a new superintendent is selected in the 2022 general election, they would also have transition expenditures covered. On pages 84 through, I believe it is 101, these are all professional licensing boards, and there are no footnotes. So jumping ahead to page 101, section 300, this is perhaps the most meaningful in terms of dollar amounts of the entire budget bill. So I'll walk through this in some detail. These are also explained on the second to last page of your SR or summary report. Paragraph or subsection A, excuse me, provides for a transfer of funds from the BRA or budget reserve account to the general fund to provide for cash flow needs. Subsection B relates to June 30th, 2024 sweep, which I mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, that $653 million sweep from the budget reserve account to the LSRA on June 30th, 2024. That's the sweep after all of the appropriations have been paid, and anything in addition to that. So the high oil prices that we're experiencing today, for example, would also be captured in that ultimate sweep to the LSRA. So that LSRA is probably, that 653 could easily move to 753 or 853 if energy prices remain high. Subsection C provides for the funding of the school capital construction account in 2 components. 1, the school major maintenance subaccount within SIPA, that's the investment income, and 2, the school lands mineral royalties account. Both of these have legislation sponsored by the Joint Appropriations Committee, House Bill 34, which addressed this issue not only for this biennium, but in perpetuity. Right now, we need biennial transfers to accomplish the necessary funding for school capital construction. That's the purpose of subsection C, in case House Bill 34 is not enacted. Subsection E is the governor's recommendation to transfer the amount projected in the school foundation program reserve account. That is the current projection. If the committee desired, you could say any amounts available in the SFRA account shall be transferred to the school capital construction account and not just do an estimated amount. That's a policy decision for the committee. We just follow the governor's profile.
So Don, just walk us through the difference and how big a number that could be vary.
Yeah, great question. The School Foundation Program Reserve Account gets 50% of all of the federal or severance taxes, excuse me, in excess of the Craig estimate. So we're off today. I won't say we're going to be off in 6 months from now, but today our estimate of oil prices is lower than the actuals. So half of all of that revenue is flowing into the SFRA. It could easily be 30, 40, 50 million dollars available in the SFRA. You could make a determination on where those funds should go when you come back next year, or you could automatically put them into the school CapCon account. It's your choice.
So Dawn, if they flow into the School Foundation Program Reserve account to the school capital construction account, they still have to, I mean, that's just where they sit. They're not expended because they have to be appropriated out of there. Is that correct?
That is correct. You need the $4 million to balance it for this year, but that's the minimum amount.
Yep. Okay.
Mr. Chairman. And Don, does the FRA benefit from any of the second tips that could come into play here?
Mr. Chairman, just the 50% of the severance tax.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go Representative Stith and then back to Representative Walters because he goes quite often.
so I guess the question is what the School Foundation Program Reserve Account is for. It seems like you might want the flexibility to be able to appropriate it to just general shortfalls in the school foundation program, perhaps instead of dedicating it to school capital construction. But I mean, I haven't thought through the policy implications of that. Is there some reason that we would always want to go to school capital construction as opposed to just having it available for either?
No, the only reason we're really doing this is just to zero out so we don't have a deficit in the school capital construction account. So all we're doing is just trying to backfill this, and we could just say in such amount necessary to you say the same thing by saying just an amount necessary to bring the school capital construction account to a positive balance. I mean, or something like that. It doesn't have to be a number. This is just the number that it takes. That's how much we think that's going to be spent out of the school capital construction account that is not there.
So frankly, I like that language better than putting a number in.
Dawn, does that create a problem if we just do that?
Mr. Chairman, it kind of does, and here's the reason. The school capital construction account is in a significant deficit, given the actions by the committee. So it needs a number of transfers to be made whole. This first one is the $4 million from the SFRA account. In addition, there is a transfer from SIPA in the amount of $14.6 million that is necessary, and that is still insufficient. So there is a third transfer in the amount of $42.7 million from the LSRA. So you really are supporting the school capital construction account from 3 different transfers, and these all appear, I believe, in this section. In subsection E is the first one, and then subsection K, I, and Romanet 2 are the SIPA and the LSRA transfers. So once you kind of impact one, then we have to go in and modify these others. The question is, how do you want to balance it?
Well, if we do it, is there an order is there a natural order in which these would bring the school capital construction account to at least a zero balance? Is there an order that those apply, or how would you know in which order to apply those?
Great question. I think the natural order would be the SFRA first, SIPA second, and LSRA third, just based on past practice. The challenge with that, however, is cash flow. This $4 million isn't in SFRA today. And some of these projects, I believe it's the Coyote Ridge Elementary School $6 million is effective immediate. So they will need cash perhaps sooner than the revenues are available. So that natural flow won't necessarily be the flow that the state auditor will do. They will, and there is language there on page 103, line 28, to manage cash flow for the period.
Okay, so if I understand what you just said, then, well, really, so there is a natural flow that would happen like that, but if there's no money to be taken out of those, then that the flow, the order still happens. It's just there's no money out of one, so you go to two, and if there's not enough money in two, you go to three. So if we put that language in here, it really doesn't change, and then it sounds to me like it really doesn't change the order. It's just going to go wherever it's just going to go wherever it needs to go to get the money in any specific order. So if the money never materializes in the school foundation program reserve account to be taken out, well, I guess what else relies upon the school foundation program reserve account? This isn't the only program that relies on that.
Mr. Chairman, it is. This is the only draw on the account.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it makes sense to appropriate all money out of this account towards school capital construction. If we only do the 4 million and say the account brings in 10 million, we've only appropriated 4 out of it. And so then we'd have 6 million just sitting there waiting. And in the meantime, we would be spending money out of LSRA and out of SIPA. So by doing this, then the direct revenue into this account would be used, although cash flow wise, maybe not first, but from a appropriation expenditure standpoint, it would be used first, thus saving us money in LSRA and SIPA.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman,
You go ahead.
so Don, is that in fact, and I'm asking for edification. So the scenario that Representative Walters laid out, because I agree with if that's the premise that money would then defer any transfers out of the LSRA, but I didn't think I heard you say that because of the nature of the way they flow, that they may not come in at a time before a transfer out of the LSRA would happen. Am I misreading that or not?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, I think we could structure language such that the first priority would be the SFRA money, and only if no funds are available, then SIPA, and only if no funds are available, then LSRA, and an additional caveat that in no instance can the total exceed I think it's about a total of $60 million needs to be transferred.
I second Representative Walters' motion.
Okay. Any further discussion? Don, thanks for filling out that motion for us. So all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. That motion looks to carry unanimously.
Good motion, Representative Walters.
Thank you for your support, Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, subsection F provides for a transfer from the general fund to SIPA. The general fund was, the SIPA account was overextended in both the governor's recommendation as well as in JAC's, meaning you had more capital construction as well as transfers, for example, the one we just spoke of, than the revenues available in that account. So this provides for a transfer from the general fund to the SIPA account in the amount of $133.6 million.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Don, I just had a question. I thought we overspent SIPA by 111 and now it's 133. Did I miss? Sounds like I missed $20 million there somehow.
Mr. Chairman, I'm confident it is 133. I'm not 100% sure what the $20 million difference is. It could be these $14 million in K for school capital construction that was not in the prior calculation. Subsections G and H are the two savings provisions, $75 million each, the first being to the PMTF, the second being to the Common School Permanent Land Fund, or more specifically, the Common School account within the Permanent Land Fund. Both of these are also effective immediate, so it's coming out of cash on hand, not waiting until the end of the biennium. Finally, subsection.
Mr. Chairman, a question on that. Don, I'm sure it's nuanced, but the common school account within the permanent land fund. So I'm assuming that's going to the corpus within the permanent land fund. So they're separate accounts within this common school account, but this is going to the corpus in the permanent land fund. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and part of that nature is kind of some arcane language in the act of admission. But the income account has its own name, and it would be the common school account within the permanent land income fund. So this is using the existing language. It does go to the inviolate corpus.
Thank you.
Okay, continue.
Subsection J provides for, this is the first half of the energy matching funds. This is a $100 million transfer from SIPA to the LSRA. And then there will be a subsequent appropriation at the end of the bill from the LSRA, consistent with the governor's recommendation for energy matching programs. So you've kind of got a double flow there. Subsection K, we just spoke about, and these are the two additional transfers from the SIPA account in Romanet I and the LSRA in Romanet II to the school CapCon account.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
can we back up to J? Sure looks to me like we're just playing a shell game here. Where we take the $100 million out of SIPA and then we run that into the LSRA. But if we go back up above, we're going to move $75 million from the general fund. Well, no, it's 133 million. Looks to me like a lot like a shell game, that we're moving money in and then moving it out for the same in and out of SIPA. Am I correct there, Don, that we're moving 100 million out and then we're moving 133,596 back in?
Yes,
Mr. Chairman,
and that's because that's what we did. That's what we did. We spent the SIPA, and then this is what we have to do, come back and balance our expenditures out of SIPA.
All right, we're good at shuffling deck chairs on a sinking ship, I guess.
Well, it's like moving money from your regular account into your payroll account to cover your payroll. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, subsection M is the one that you just previously modified by $696,000. This is the 6.5, which will now be $6.2 million from the MRG program to the general fund. Now, I know members are going to say, hold on, I thought we transferred $25 million from the MRG to the general fund. And you did, except for part of that $25 million was Coley's bonus funds. It was an authorization if those funds were to materialize. They really aren't. There's no cash there. And then subsequently, the MRG program is now funding a number of operations of state government, WildLink, Business Ready Communities, and the state match to the drinking water program. So after you do all that, there's only $6.6 million left to be transferred to the general fund. Section 301, if there aren't any questions, no change to these three provisions other than the dates. This is borrowing authority for the state's general fund in subsection A, for the school CapCon account in subsection B, and in subsection C, to meet the needs of the Hathaway Scholarship account. Section 302 is the wildland fires, $20 million loan. Section 303 is the carryover appropriations, of which there are a smaller number than in prior bills. You have a carryover for the disaster contingency that appears within the governor's office. Carryover fundings from capital cases. Subsection B relates to general funds, and subsection C relates to local matching funds or special revenue. Carryover funds from 2 biennia removed for the employee group health insurance. Carryover funds to the livestock board in subsections E and F, the first being for brucellosis and the second being for livestock law enforcement. And that would conclude your carryovers, or traditional carryovers, I should say. In section 304, employee benefits, these were updated per the EGI, and these put maximum amounts on the premiums paid for employees depending upon family status. And I believe there are 5 family statuses for 2 different fiscal years. So you'll see a total of 10 different numbers. On page 111, subsection B, which appears on line 16, this is the $2.698 million that has been transferred from the SAO budget request for retiree health insurance. That's kind of the piece that appears in both the section 300s and the table. Subsection C, D, E, F, G are all carryover language and allow for the operation of that retiree health insurance program. Subsection or section 305 relates to the governor's flex authority, and you will see that this language has been restructured compared to prior years. In particular, subsection A, Romanet 2, for programs including the Department of Health and the Department of Corrections have been broken out. Moreover, this section is now effective immediate. In reviewing the language in section 305 from 2020, staff felt it was somewhat ambiguous. While everyone has read it to be superflex, a close read of it could yield a different outcome. So we improved the language by breaking out Romanet 2, and then we made that effective immediate in case there was any concerns with the 2020 language. In section 306, this is a 5% flex in the judiciary, and there's no change in the language other than the dates. Section 307 is to allow or to prohibit money to be moved from the 100 series to the 900 series with some exceptions. And those include the Department of Health, the Department of Corrections, and any footnote that specifies allowing movement. And that includes like the capital security or the AWEC positions in the governor's office for grant writing. Subsection 308 is for major maintenance. On line 23 and 24, that reflects the reduction of 2.5% down to 2%. And on page 117, lines 5 through 7 is a new addition. It is a specific breakout as requested by the governor for the state parks and cultural resources. Previously, they were embedded in the prior subparagraph. Section 309 on the bottom of page 118 provides for the Department of Health carryover. So this is the authority for them to carry over. We did put a maximum on that of $80 million. So that is a completely subjective number there. If you would like to change that, the Department of Health currently anticipates $76 million. If it was $120 million, we wanted to include some maximum amount that couldn't be carried over and would have to revert to the general fund. But that $80 million is merely a rounding number. We rounded up to the nearest $10 million from their best estimate as of today. But if you wanted to put in a different number and would allow the agency to keep even more, you could certainly do so. On page 119, we outlined the permissible uses for that carryover as requested by the governor, including unanticipated Medicaid expenditures, pharmacy, Title 25, state facility staffing needs, and that's the veterans home primarily. And then paragraphs 5, 6, and 7 were specific motions by JAC to set aside funding consistent with, I believe it was Governor's Letter number 1 for children's mental health, the community-based services, and the comprehensive waiver. We did add in subsection C, which appropriates the federal matching funds to coordinate with subsection or paragraphs 5, 6, and 7. I know that's a lot there, so I'll pause.
So my
Mr.
question is, if there are any carryovers for Medicaid waiver, comprehensive, children's mental health waivers, and we fund it with those carryovers, does that then change our maintenance of effort for anything else going on for the next biennium?
I think that's a good question. There's a little bit of concern when you allow an agency to carry over $80 million and give them super flex authority, meaning they can basically take the money and move it any way they wish. I still believe that they are capped by the maximum appropriation in their table, which would not allow them to spend, I'm thinking of a bad scenario, to provide increases to the, for example, preschool services, which JAC denied, and would automatically increase the state's maintenance of effort further. So I think they would still be capped by the table. However, if you wanted to be sure, we could add a subsection E on page 120, limiting the department's authority to expend any funds that would increase future maintenance of efforts. That language is currently not in there.
So I would make that motion.
I'd second that.
So Dawn, if we write that language, I mean, so when we have language like that, it always has to apply in every case. And so I'm just trying to think, and I haven't been able to come up with on a scenario where that screws it up, but I'm not so sure that, I mean, actually, I think we looked at that, we actually found that there was a decrease in the number of enrollees, which is one of the only ways that when you can decrease maintenance of efforts if you don't have as many participants. So anyway, I can't think of a way why that wouldn't work. So unless you can, I think I'd be inclined to think that was probably a pretty decent motion.
Well, and I think we could craft it so it's only limited to those particular entities that they're allowed to have carryover to fund. Would that make sense, Don?
Mr. Chairman, I think you could certainly write it that way. My concern is, even though the carryover is limited to those purposes, they can have super flex that they could use the new money and move that around.
Well, let's draft it up, and then if the health has an issue with it, they'll let us know.
Yep.
Question.
All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion carries. Looks like
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Larson.
Thank you. So, when we first had the Department of Health come in and we looked at the governor's proposal to use these reversion dollars or carryover dollars to cover a number of things that are outlined in here, we continued to add what we wanted those reversions to cover. And I think that there was some sense that we were pushing up against, perhaps be pushing up against the maximum amount that they anticipated would carry over. And the director suggested that, you know, if we get to this point, that they'll just have to come back in a supplemental budget and ask for a correction of that. And so as I looked at the $80 million cap that we put on there, Dawn, it appears to me that if we find that we've got reversions in excess of $80 million during the supplemental budget, and we have needs for additional funds, we could make that course correction during our supplemental budget. Would that be accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that is accurate.
I mean, they might very well have reverted, so we just have to come back and just appropriate, straight up appropriate, or would they have reverted by then, Don?
Well, it was for the biennium. It's for the biennium, and so we could have a true up during the supplemental budget if we need to. We may not need to. Thank you, Don.
Mr. Chairman, if it's the committee's pleasure to move on to section 310, limitation on salaries, paragraph or subsections A, B, and C were essentially carryover language. You'll recall that the governor vetoed all of subsection A and portions of B. And then subsection D has been added as a maybe a compromise subsection. What staff would like to point out is, as currently written, subsections A and D are inconsistent. And by that I mean subsection A says you can't do this. And subsection B says, but if you do, you have to report it and ask. So they're kind of two inconsistent provisions. What I think the committee is attempting is, if the governor were to veto subsection A, then subsection D might continue to survive. But as currently written, there is no need for subsection D because subsection A prohibits any kind of activity that would occur in subsection D unless the governor vetoes subsection A.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move to remove subsection D.
Second.
Saying D as in dog?
D as in dog.
Okay. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand.
Oh, whoa. Little explanation.
Mr. Chairman, I just feel like subsection D weakens what we're trying to do in subsection A. And if we are going to stick to our guns, we should make a policy decision and look at overriding rather than weakening our position.
Okay, we ready to vote? All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, that motion carries, despite some people not voting. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to section 311. This is a concurrence with the governor's budget development specific to one-time appropriations. Shall not be included in the subsequent standard budget. That's subsection A. Subsection B replaces general funds with all of the ARPA revenue replacement funds for the Department of Health and Department of Corrections. So makes that ARPA use just for this biennium. Subsections C and D come from, I believe this was Representative Walter's conceptual amendment during the round robin. Subsection C specifically authorizes the governor to expend any ARPA funds to the extent of revenue replacement. And that's section 606 C1C on line 6, page 122. So basically that allows him, the governor, to use revenue replacement money in the Department of State Parks or Department of Revenue rather than use the Department of Transportation FMRs. And then subsection D says to the extent any general funds can be saved through the expenditure of federal ARPA funds. So an example here might be the public health lab. If federal funds can replace general funds for the permissible purposes, not revenue replacement, the governor has free authority to conserve as many general funds in applicable areas as possible. So I really wanted to explain subsection C and D because both of those, that motion was in concept.
Right. Can we name subsection D the Kevin Hibbard Memorial footnote? Okay, good.
Subsection or section 312 is the funding for the Capital Information Desk. This is $158,000, and the language associated with this is to develop an MOU, presumably with the Department of Administration and Information, as to the services provided within the Capitol complex. As you can see, that MOU is rather lengthy, so we created a section 300 as opposed to a footnote for this. The school capital construction, if there are no questions.
So Don, on the MOU, that MOU has to also be with the legislative branch, right?
Yes. Well, with the members of the legislative branch that are on the Wayfinding committee. And we had to find some existing statute, and that appears on page 123, line 4. Wyoming statute 95106F provides for this process. It is not the entire legislature because they couldn't, possibly come back, but it is a subset of the legislature.
So I think what's important is that that MOU is in place before the money is appropriated.
It must be in place before it is transferred, and that's there is a lot of technical about this, but the appropriated money actually is made to the state auditor, and then the auditor cannot release it until that MOU or agreement is in place.
And so I guess then the next question is, I mean, there's only 2 legislators on the Wayfinding committee, and that's me and Senator Landon. So do we need some type of approval in our own mechanism to make sure that we're acting on behalf of the entire legislature, or at least management council or somebody?
Well, I'd welcome Tamara's comment on this. I think at some point we run into a problem of elevating this to an existing standing committee for which the authority does not exist in statute. So we were trying to identify a process which has already been contemplated in law, and there is a process that an MOU would be prepared, and it generally relates to the services within the Capitol complex. But once we start adding, say, Management Council or Joint Appropriations Committee, we're now deviating outside of that statutory process.
So
I guess the real answer to that, and I wasn't going to do it this session, but I think that Wayfinding committee needs to be tightened up and probably enlarged with more legislative members. But
Don, is there any difference between this MOU and any other contract that the legislature would enter into during a, it has to do with the operations of the Capitol. So is there a difference between this and any other contract that the legislative branch would enter into that basically, I'm assuming the director of the LSO signs those?
Mr. Chairman, and again, I appreciate Tamara's comment on this. I actually think the members of that committee would sign this agreement as opposed to, say, the printing agreement for purchase of paper and office supplies or that sort of thing.
so then we may have another problem. I'm just thinking, if you look at all the members of that Wayfinding committee, the legislative branch could theoretically get overridden. I mean, is it a majority of the wayfinding committee, or? I think it's 6 members. There's 2 legislatures on it.
Mr. Chairman, I think the process in 106F specifically provides for a legislative agreement. And let me pull up that language.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, this is Tamara Redley.
Go ahead, Tamara.
The section 300, unlike one of the footnotes that's in an earlier part of the bill, the section 300 references 95106. And this is a statute within the State Building Commission's charge that provides for managing the common areas of the Capitol building and grounds and the extension. And the MOU would be between the State Building Commission and the Management Council of the legislature to provide for that coordinated, effective, comprehensive, and coordinated visitor, civic education, and other services to the public. And yes, the director does have some authority to sign contracts on behalf of the legislature, but subject to management council's direction. And these would be before management council and need to be approved for that signature to be in place.
Okay. Does that take care of your concern, Chairman Nicholas?
Yeah, I mean, obviously my other concern is that keeping management council fully abreast of what's going on the wayfinding committee, but also and in keeping them abreast of the history of what's transpired and with issues that we've had between the legislative branch and particularly the governor's office on, and keeping control of what we think we want to have control of is fairly important. So yeah, that answers my question for now.
Okay, thanks. All right, Don.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. This is one of the few sections I did not write, and I stand corrected. I think I got Co-Chairman Nicholas on the wrong track by mentioning the Wayfinding Committee. It is the Management Council who will ultimately agree to this. Apologies. Section 313, I don't believe you've seen this language, so there's nothing.
Mr. Chairman, but before we move on, I just would like to have it recorded for the posterity of the state of Wyoming that Don actually made a mistake once.
Well, that's his one. You know, you've got a lot of the decade left on. That you've used it up already. You're one mistake per decade. So.
Well, Mr. Chairman, in light of that, I think we can skip, at the risk of making another error, section 313, or excuse me, 313, which relates to state school facilities. You have seen this language in bill form, and it's been written several times before you. So I don't think anything new other than some changes in the amounts were included with that language. Unlike the other provisions, you've seen that narrative. Section 314 is a
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to bring it to the committee's attention. There's 2 school construction projects that we approved in the 2020 budget. One is for a capacity needs issue over in the Star Valley area, and the other one is a condition needs issue over in the Star Valley area. Both of those projects went out for bid, and the bids came in mid-January. The bids came in over budget, total of about 3.2 million between the 2 projects over budget. And so similar to our Coyote Ridge issue in Cheyenne and Laramie County, these projects need a little additional funding to get them through the finish line and off the ground. So I didn't know if the chairman would like to see that kind of an amendment here so that it goes out to the floor completely ready, or if that would be preferred as a floor amendment. One project needs about 700,000 and the other one about 2.3 million.
Well, there could be
2.5 million, excuse me.
There could be 2 ways to do that. One is you could call them out specifically. The other one is we've already got a contingency. You could just add some additional money into the contingency to cover those. That would take, so I think you can do it a very simple way. I think you could just add it to the contingency money.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I would make a motion to add 3.2 million to the contingency monies for school capital construction projects.
Second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Don, that works, doesn't it?
Mr. Chairman, on page 129, line 25, we could add $3.2 million. I think we're also going to have to expand the language because right now the two projects that Representative Walters is referencing are not associated with those paragraphs. I believe they were in a prior bill. So we would need to add those paragraphs plus the two projects and then increase that by 3.2 million.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
these projects both received more than 2 bids, and the suppliers and contractors are indicating that these prices are not going to go down in the near future. We have the bids in hand, and it'd just be a lot cleaner to proceed with them and deal with them now than to rebid it out 2 or 3 years from now and watch the numbers continue to escalate. So I think it's a wise decision.
Yeah, I think you should do it and just add it to the contingency and expand the contingency language.
A friendly amendment.
Other than that, you end up having to pull them back in, and it just gets even. It just starts to multiply, I think.
Don, does the entire motion, based on your how you have to do it internally, administratively, to make my motion function, is that adequate?
Yes, if you could clarify, what are the two school names?
Osmond and Afton. And in the 2020 budget bill, they're called out as Lincoln number 2 and Lincoln number 1.
Thank you.
And I may have those reversed, but we can figure it out to get it accurate. But they're called out in the 2020 budget as like I said, Lincoln 1 and Lincoln 2.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Kenner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this begs the question of if we should increase that contingency. I'm guessing that's quite a list of different projects, and we seem to be hearing about this at any corner. So I guess I'd like Representative Walters' thoughts on if we need to increase that contingency as to any other projects that are sort of looming out there with similar issues.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe we do, as the other projects went to bid before we started to see these significant inflationary issues take place. So these would be the last 2 of that budget. Now, what we're approving this year may have other issues that are yet to be seen, and I would not be comfortable adding anything, guessing what those increases may be. But this coming off of old projects should clean things up. And then, Mr. Chairman, I would offer one more piece to the amendment would be to make that 3.2 effective immediate.
Does it need to be effective immediately so you can let the contract? Obviously, it doesn't have to be spent right now, but it needs to be effective to let the contract.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
All right.
And then do we have sufficient funding to cover that from the SIPA or wherever it's coming from?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. I think you will need a increase. It'll come from the LSRA at this point.
Well, with our new language, you don't know where it's going to come from, but it's going to come from somewhere.
Mr. Chairman, do we need that language? Don't they have enough money in the contingency now that they could cover it immediately, and then that would flow in as we go through?
Mr. Chairman, for the purpose of the bid letting and bid accepting, they have to be able to prove it's in hand. Contingency doesn't quite allow them to work that way.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, to question for Don, if I may, as part of this motion, would you like it to state that it comes from LSRA and then the other flows would take place as they will take place, but this way it's identified? Is that the cleanest way to make that occur?
Yes, we would just increase a LSRA transfer by the like amount.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would add that to the motion that it's from LSRA.
Okay. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All right, that motion carries with some opposition. All right.
Mr. Chairman, on page 130, section 314 is the second cap for the mineral severance tax. I believe this was a amendment that continues existing language from the House side. And you can see that secondary cap language appears on page 131. In section 315, you have a similar issue with a secondary cap on the FMRs on page 133, subsection D, which begins on page 9. But prior to that, at the bottom of page 132, top of page 133, this is the conservation of federal mineral royalties to the extent necessary from the Wyoming Department of Transportation in order to accommodate any ARPA funds that are not conserved within the general operations of government. So this is kind of our backstop. Right now, I think the estimated amount is about $100 million, but it may come down as other opportunities are identified. Section 316 is the carryover and reappropriation, reauthorization of AML funding for UW graduate students. I believe there's $310,000 requested to be reappropriated. And then on page 135, subsection C, the Representative Stith amendment. This provides any unexpended funds at the end of the biennium would go to Bitter Creek. And you can see that we've incorporated the same language we did that kicked off that project.
Carry that water, Clark.
Section 317 is a very lengthy approach to identify the $1.9 million of general funds that were appropriated to EORC, Enhanced Oil Recovery Commission, dating back to 2006 and were never reverted. It is unusual language on page 136, line 16, but we're basically saying all of those that should have reverted are deemed reverted and now are reappropriated for those purposes. You did not include any of those as ongoing, so those would all be one time. If they wanted to continue it, it would be a requirement of an exception request in the future.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Don, if you didn't, to make it so you didn't have to recreate all of this language in the future, how do we make sure that this 1.9 gets spent or gets put somewhere so that a reappropriation of it in 2 years is far simpler than a page of language?
Great question. And two comments on that. On page 136, line 19, consistent with the agency's request, we have given 4 years to spend these funds. And this is within the budget period because they normally would revert on June 30th, 2024, when this bill is in effect. And this extends it out there 2 years, which has been a practice in the past. So technically they have 4 years to spend this. And because it's immediate, they actually have 4 years and 3 months to spend this. You could extend that out further, say 2028, if you so desire. And then my second comment on this is for a perfect way of doing this on line 16, we should really revert the money and then reappropriate it rather than deem it reverted. However, the external auditors, SAO, the University of Wyoming, no one would like that. So I went with the path of least resistance and said it was deemed reverted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question answered.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Don, on page 135, line 19, I wanted to suggest a clerical change to replace the word near Rock Springs with the phrase in Rock Springs. I think near Rock Springs was true when this language was first adopted in about 2009, but as of now, the Bitter Creek project is entirely inside the city limits of Rock Springs. So I don't think it's substantive. I just,
Yeah,
I will
actually,
make that.
word at Rock Springs, then I think you're covered. At means it can be anywhere around there, at Rock Springs or anywhere nearby.
that's friendly too, at.
I kind of like near. That means it can't be in Rock Springs.
Yeah.
That's what I was afraid of.
I'll second the vice chair, second the co-chairman's motion. No.
If there's no further comment on section 317, moving to section 318, this is the reduction for the stipends for National Board Certified Teachers. This is similar to language that you've seen in the past. In 2020, the governor vetoed this. However, this provision reduces it from $4,000 to $2,000. Section 319, employee compensation. This is the distribution of $54 million of general fund in subsection A. And then in subsection C and D, it provides proportional amounts or like amounts of any federal funds, special revenue, or other funds for which employees may be funded. The breakouts for the executive branch, UW, community colleges, and judicial branch are per their governor's letter. I would note on the top of page 139, the amount, and we have requested this from ANI. I have not received any response. The Wyoming Community College Commission would prefer that these funds, the 7.18 million on line 3, be distributed consistent with state aid formula and not be restricted for compensation. So currently these funds must be used for compensation, and the legislature is silent on the distribution, whether it is by FTE, proportional salaries, state formula, or otherwise. If you would like to direct that, that would be the area to do so. Seeing nothing further, I'll move.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, this Don, but if we go back to the beginning of section 319, where in A there, it tells us that they're for salary adjustments of the generally funded employees. And so is this language intending it to be, when you say that it's silent, it is, would you not take from that it's intended for employees?
Correct, Mr. Chairman. So two issues going on. It is silent as to which college gets how much of the 7 million.
Right.
And if you wanted to direct it in a whatever proportional way, that would be appropriate. And then I was just sharing with you the Community College Commission. Their preference is that it be flow through the state aid formula, and that colleges be allowed to not use it for compensation. And I think their rationale, just based on conversation, is that some colleges gave salary increases in the past couple of years and some did not. And so the ones that did not may have other areas within their budget that are more pressing because of the salaries increases that they gave in a prior year.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, to me, that kind of defeats the purpose. All that does is add to their block grant.
Right. I mean, that exactly. I mean, the number one thing we heard from everyone was the same thing for everybody is we can't keep people because we can't pay them. And now it comes back and it's like, well, maybe we can, but we want to spend it on something else. I'm struggling with that one.
Don, what we don't really know is how, in terms of the aid formula, there's probably no mechanism to measure what each college is paying their various staff members and how, and if there's an ANI, there's no equivalent, my guess is, to what those wages would be and how they apportion it. So it has to be apportioned some way. So it's either going to be based upon student count or square footage, or if we just go with a formula, what does that do?
Representative Stiff?
Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd be against the College Commission's recommendation, because that it really does defeat the purpose as previously stated. It seems to me that, I mean, this number came from somewhere, right? And it seems like the 7 million should be distributed proportionately by their payroll costs, their aggregate payroll costs, which should not be that difficult to figure out. So, you know, I'd be in favor of either doing it by proportional payroll costs or maybe by FTE. I think square footage doesn't make a lot of sense to me necessarily, but certainly doing it by the by the community college funding formula seems like a really bad idea, because, you know, I know here at Western Wayne Community College, they get about 40% state aid, and then Eastern gets about, you know, 70% state aid. So you'd have a lot more of the employee compensation dollars flowing to Eastern as opposed to Western. And, you know, I just, you know, doesn't seem right to me. I think it just ought to be, if it's going toward payroll, it ought to be distributed by your payroll costs, I think.
So, and that, which begs the question, I mean, at the end of the day, why would I mean, we didn't tell the community college how they had to do it. If you said it had to be for payroll costs, do we really want to prescribe that for them? Or, I mean, it kind of takes them off the hook, but they have the ability to take all those things into consideration. The only thing that we're not willing to do, my general census is we're not willing to tell them they don't have to use it for payroll.
So basically, just Don would be distributed proportionately for payroll costs. And let them figure it out.
Mr. Chairman, this one is unusual because in prior increases, say, it has been a fixed percentage amount, say 2%, or a dollar amount, $500 or $1,000 per FTE, and it became very clear. In this market and merit adjustment, you're exactly right. I think most, if not all, colleges have done individual studies, but there is not a comprehensive study that would compare salaries at Powell and Rock Springs and Casper.
So I see that Kevin's listening. Kevin, do you know how they came up with the 7 million?
Mr. Chairman, that is calculated on their total payroll cost. Then naturally the deduction on the total amount of money that's available in non-general funds in their block grant. So we calculated this on their total amount of their payroll salary.
Right, and so Don, as I read that, if you go to line 13 on page 139, because that's the other kicker, it says pursuant to subsection B of this section, and it goes right back to what Kevin just said. They're supposed to do this in line with first to market and then based on merit. I mean, they're supposed to do this in line and kind of along the same lines that the rest of state government is doing it. How does that not solve their problem for them? They have to figure out how to implement that.
Mr. Chairman, I think I completely agree. A, as currently written, it must be used for compensation. B, at the college level, it must be based on employee performance and market. What this is silent on, and maybe you wish to remain silent, is how is it determined, this apportionment between LCCC and Western, or that apportionment is not clearly laid out here, and it certainly wasn't in any of the materials that you'd received. So we can't, go back to a handout and say, well, LCCC comprised 13% of this, and Casper comprised 17%.
Well, actually, I think you can. I think Kevin can do that. Kevin can do that very thing.
Mr. Chairman, we can go in and have the community colleges take that total statistic and break that down by college. Or to say that statistic that was provided by the community colleges will be distributed on the amounts that were developed per college.
So I think that answers the question, Don. You just need to add a phrase in the community college line based upon the percentages provided by the colleges to the budget.
State budget department.
State budget department.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Mr. Coacher, I think that's just more descriptive of what we intended. I don't think we really need a motion on it.
I'm fine with that. Don, if you're fine, I mean, I think it's pretty clear we're supposed to be, it was supposed to be implemented through the governor's plan. That's how the number was developed. So that's how it makes sense that that's how it would be distributed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to section 320. This is the transfer from the Wyoming Tourism Reserve account, reserve and projects account, in the amount of $2 million to the Capitol Square Preservation account.
By the way, I did call the executive director of the Wyoming Tourism, ask her about that, and she thought it was entirely appropriate and appreciated my phone call.
Section 321 on the bottom of page 140. This is the $100 million, and I think Senator Hicks referenced this. So this is $100 million that's essentially going from the general fund transferred to the SIPA account, SIPA transferred to the LSRA, and now the provisions of this provide for matching funds for federal funding for research, demonstration pilot, commercial deployment, et cetera, for Wyoming energy needs. We took this language right out of the governor's letter. There is one difference there. We understood the committee's motion to be just for federal funding. And I think the governor's letter contemplated private or federal funding.
So I think that when we did this, we discussed private or other funding. I don't ever remember being explicit for just strictly federal funding.
We talked about that initially, and then I thought we talked about the possibility that there could be, we anticipated there, and we expected that there would be private matches as well. So I think I agree with my co-chairman on that one. Can we name this, up on line 19, can we change this to the Hicks Energy Matching Funds?
Uh,
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, there was a time when we had taken the $100 million line item for this and made it 75 million for federal energy projects, and then taken 25 and put it to the porous media research. Is that still what this does, or is this 100 million just for the federal energy matches and nothing to do with?
We undid that. We at that last round robin, we'd come back and the governor had told us why that wouldn't work, and so we came back and we changed went from 28 to 25 in the matching at UW, and then put this back to 100.
Okay, so in round robin. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So Mr. Co-Chair, is it in this location where we need to modify the matching dollars for that 8 million that may be necessary for the
Coal refining.
our coal refining? Yeah.
I think we can do it here. We can do it in a separate note. Don, what's your preference?
Coal refinery is mentioned on line 28. So if you wanted to either increase this to 108, I believe is what you said, or provide a subsection, 100 million for this, and then carve out an additional 8 million only for purposes of coal refining.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Larson. I think you had some discussions with Holly about this.
Yeah, I did. And I think that initially I would suggest that we just do a subsection and say of the 100 million, the governor can use 8 million to fund the coal refinery field demonstration project without the matching requirements.
Is there a second? Got a second from Representative Walters. Is there any other discussion? So just to bring everybody else up to speed on this, Holly, I don't remember Holly's last name. She's the director of SER, Energy Resources. They've been working, and the legislature's funded for the last several years some research about what to do with carbon, and particularly this is for coal research, doing other uses for carbon, building building materials and other kinds of materials, in addition to carbon capture and sequestration. She's looked everywhere, and under the current administration, there's no way you're getting anything for coal except for carbon capture and underground sequestration. So there is zero chance that she gets any matching grants for this next phase. She needs 8 million to move this in. It's actually mostly, if I understand it, are leases at Atlas to actually go up and now prove these theories that they've been researching on. And then phase three, I told her she had to go get private funding on that one, but that's when they really take it and really move it into where and ramp it up to a commercial grade production. But she needs this 8 million to bring this up and do the proof of concept. That's what.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up on that, she's actually already met with the coal industry and is starting to secure the private funds for the commercial side of that. And you're right, they're anxious to see what the demonstration will show, and then are willing. It looks like we're starting to see some interest in investing in that next phase.
Okay, thank you, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just clarification to Representative Larson on his motion. Is the intent then to include this motion in section 321, and the spend would be $8 million, so we would be leaving 92 million for the governor for his energy projects? And if that is the intent, are we then going to run into the same issue we were running into when we reduced the 100 million down to 75?
Well, Mr. Chairman, and that's right. And I would, I think our two chairmen have had some conversation and certainly would take some direction with that. I was initially looking at, as you pointed out, of this 100 million, have the ability to use 8 million to fund this. If we think that that's going to jeopardize the governor's ability to work with carbon capture and sequestration and things of that nature, I'm certainly not opposed to just increasing that total number to 108 million and with that same and then add that language in there. So Chairman Perkins, Chairman Nicholas, do you have any feel for that?
So the conversations that we had with the executive folks was that this would be part of the 100 million. That's the phone call we had this morning.
Okay.
And I think Holly just sent me an email this morning that I'll circulate to everybody, that it has a breakdown of it, of the dollars. And it says that she will attempt to raise additional outside dollars. She just doesn't know if she's going to get it. So I don't think we want to dissuade her from that component. And it also explains, I think let me look up the number again, but we've already expended 2.5 or 2.6 million on this project already. So this basically takes it to the next level. And she also describes some of the projects. A lot of it, I think asphalt is also one of the larger components of it that they're working on the uses of, but I'm trying to forward that to everybody now.
So with that said, then, Mr. Chairman and Representative Walters, I'd stick with that first one of the 100 million.
Yes, go ahead, Representative Walters.
And thank you. Sounds great, Representative Larson. And then my final question would be, you've discussed earlier that this would not require a match of any kind. So then how do we incorporate that language? I'm all for it. I just want to make sure we get that language in there if that is the intent.
And that's the reason for a separate subsection, a B.
I think that's a separate subsection, and we try and incorporate some of Bob's thoughts in there, excuse me, my co-chairman's thoughts in there, that it, the match is not required, but strongly encouraged or something like that, And ultimately the governor gets to pull the trigger on these, if I remember.
Yeah.
The governor gets to pull the trigger on these, so the governor can follow up and make sure there's been a good faith attempt to acquire some matching dollars.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Okay, I just sent it out.
I've
Don, I
got-
CC'd you, so you could parcel that language out for that attempts to obtain matching dollars.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Hicks.
If we're done with that question, if we go to the next page, 141, line 1, I don't remember any discussion about wind and solar and needing matching funds. I mean, discussions I think we had were all around hydrogen, carbon capture, transportation. So I'm just wondering why we included wind and solar energy in there to use matching funds for that. Anybody have any insight into that?
I think it was all energy, wasn't it?
That's kind of all the above energy, but we never really had, I remember all those discussions. I'm with you, Senator Hicks. I don't remember anything about wind or solar.
Well, if it was all energy, we would include pump storage, hydro,
Absolutely.
so I don't know. For right now, unless I get more clarification, I guess I'll make the motion to strike the words or wind and solar energy.
So,
Chairman, do we need to vote on Representative Larson's motion before we get to Senator Hicks?
Yeah, we've got a pending motion before we go to that next one. Let's go ahead. Ready on that. Is there any other questions or discussion on the original motion? Those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, that motion appears to pass unanimously. Are there any opposed? We'll just check that. There appear to be none. Go ahead, Senator Hicks, back to you.
Yeah, I would just strike. I don't know why we would want to do a energy related demonstration project for, I think the whole state's a wind demonstration project right now. So I would just strike on that after hydrogen hub, the words or wind and solar energy.
Got a second from Representative Walters. A further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
I just want to speak in opposition to this. I don't disagree. We didn't discuss it, but I think the notion that we want to remove it from this overall energy appropriation is short-sighted at best.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Chairman, by reference, it is already included in there because it says limited, including but not limited to. So you could make that assumption that it does include wind and solar, biomass, hydro, pump storage. I don't think it precludes wind and solar, but I don't see the need to call them out without any explanation.
You want it to be implicit rather than explicit.
There you go.
There you go. Okay, fair enough. Representative Senator Guru, you're shaking your head, plus you had your hand up a minute ago.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too would be rise in opposition to this. I think calling them out, and maybe some other language about all types, and I know it's implicit in there, but I think you should call out all types of energy. I'd rather be more inclusive and specifically call that out rather than do it the other way, because I think it could produce benefits down the road, as we've talked about and others have talked about when putting together a package, especially given the administration is currently sitting. Sorry, you don't like them, but it may do better for us in general if we had a more well-rounded package to try to get funds for.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, okay. All right, any other, are we ready for the question? All right, all those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. That motion has failed.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
I have another motion, given the dialogue and the rationale for that failing. I want to include an additional wind and solar, biomass, biochar, hydro, and battery storage.
There's a second, there's multiple seconds. Is there any discussion on that? All right, we'll get more explicit. Oh, Don, you'll get a vote.
Mr. Chairman, the word right after biomass I missed. I apologize.
Biochar.
I thought that was a kind of a fish that runs in September.
So I love that. Arctic char.
Must only be one of those non-native invasive species on the Platte River.
All right.
We don't have them over here.
Okay, okay, fair enough. All right. All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Oh, fair. Okay, that one does pass. All right, that motion is prevails. So anyway, moving right along. Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, before leaving this section, I wanted to be clear on page 140, line 25. Would you like to add the word private or federal?
Yes.
Funding? Okay.
I think that was just a.
Yep. I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarification. Moving on to section 322. This is the creation of a Rocky Mountain Power project account. This came at request of the Wyoming Natural Resource Trust Fund, as well as, I believe, Senator Hicks' recommendation. We've worked with the state auditor's office and the affected agency to develop this language. I know that the MOU is still being written, so they may have further comments on this, but this essentially creates an account and allows funds to be invested in it and then expended with in accordance with a forthcoming MOU with BLM.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, that appears, there's repealers in section 323. There's just one of them, and this is the 2022 sweep from the budget reserve account to the LSRA. So you could keep, right now, there's about $653 million that will be swept at the end of this upcoming biennium. If you wanted to sweep a portion of that earlier from the budget reserve account to the LSRA, you could do so. But just in terms of our profile, we had anticipated that it all goes at the end of the next biennium. Okay, hearing no comments on that, I wanted to bring to your attention one footnote that I skipped.
Just so when we go to explain that on the floor, why are we not letting it sweep at the end of this biennium? Is it because you've got to keep all that open for the revenue replacement, because the revenue replacement is basically accrues has accrued and it continues to accrue over the next biennium?
Mr. Chairman, I think there is opportunity. I can give you the exact number, but it's about half. You could sweep upwards of $376 million at the, in 3 months from now, 4 months from now, on June 30th, 2022. That would be a possibility, or you could identify some fixed amount. We didn't have much direction, so we wanted to remain flexible on this point. And we also want to make it somewhat easy to fund things. For example, like Representative Walters had a $3.5 million or $3.2 million motion for an effective immediate appropriation. If there are amendments from the floor, we wanted to allow some capacity to do that and not have to change both sections with every amendment. So every $100,000 would not, and it required an effective immediate appropriation. We didn't want to have to change multiple sections in the budget, but you certainly could keep that and move it immediately.
I mean, didn't we used to do this in the past? Didn't we used to do this just with a high-low? House went high and then we toned in on it at the end, but you're saying we need more flexibility this year for all these different reasons?
And Mr. Chairman, it's entirely your call. We can not repeal that right now, which would mean about 300, like I say, 376 million would flow this year and another 200 million in 2024. That would be perfectly acceptable, and I think we could manage that.
Okay, Mr. Co-Chair, what do you think?
Actually, my recollection is the same as yours, that this was a high-low thing and that it was a mechanism. And so, and actually, it actually has a little bit of political statement and power alignment. And so it's something that if we have to have something to negotiate with, this it can be a tool, but that we can use between each other. So I think there's a value to that.
No negotiations with the House.
There you go, for that very reason.
I
You know,
agree.
I think we, I kind of get that. And I think that, like you say, I think Don, I think, the high is, the low is 0, obviously. And, the low is a 0 or a full repeal, or the other one is a higher number, or all but 300 million or whatever that number is repealed, however you want to word that. But I think it does help. I think I think if we're holding that money up and don't allow it to sweep the LSRA, there's a perception that we have an ulterior motive and that it's likely to be spent. And I don't think that that's a message that we want to send out.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and along those same lines, I think in discussions with many members, there's a perception already that the Appropriations Committee has come out and done quite a bit of spending at the expense of the LSRA. So if we could bump that up there and we're showing a net gain to the LSRA, I think that softens some of the concerns and the criticism that I've heard so far from members from both sides of the chambers, that we haven't done much to help the LSRA out with the $1.1 billion of funding coming in. So I would be inclined to at least split the baby now and then argue on the high and low later. But I think, Don, if we do that, then that does start to be profiled into the LSRA. Am I not correct there? If we go ahead and we spill that, it could very well show another $200 or $300 million going into the LSRA now and would show up in the profile.
So we'd be at 2.1, right?
Mr. Chairman, it would go in earlier, but you would end up at the same amount on June 30th, 2024. And this was just a staff, item here. So I think just hearing this discussion, it may be prudent just to strike it entirely, and then you could do your high-low on the floors.
Yeah,
Well, I'm afraid we'll lose it, Mr. Chairman, as a placeholder if we don't have something in the budget.
well, we always go through and we always put those budget balancers in on third reading. It's one of the last things that we end up doing, because then we know where we want our high-low to be.
Yeah. Make a note of that, will you, Don, please?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, yes. And what I was suggesting is removing lines 15 through 23 of this. So, and if you do that, then 376 million would flow to the LSR sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
So moved. Delete those lines.
Okay, got a second by Representative Stith. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. It looks like that one passed kind of sort of unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, the last item is not the effective date. I skipped one footnote on page 92. Given the Scrivener's error with the parimutuel commission, we are required to put in a footnote here that any appropriations in this act to the parimutuel commission or the gaming commission shall have the same meaning and effect in the event that Scrivener's bill does not get enacted.
Fair enough. We need intentional ambiguity. Good job. I like it. Okay, is there anything else on this bill? All right, let's call the roll.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is on 22 LSO 350 working draft 0.3 as amended. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stiff.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kinsky.
He didn't leave a vote. He's excused then.
Senator Steinmetz.
Aye.
Co-Chairman Nicholas,
Aye.
Chairman Perkins.
I guess, yes, yes.
It hurts.
Mr. Chairman, this bill is a mirror bill, so it will be numbered as House Bill 1 and Senate File 1. That takes us to the next bill for your consideration, which is the State Capital Construction Bill.
Mr. Chairman, can we take
Why
5?
don't we take a 5-minute break right here for staff and others? Let's come back in 5 minutes at 4:30, okay? Okay, are we back? All right, Don, you were saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we'll move to the state-funded capital construction bill, 22 LSO 0352. This bill is substantially smaller than the one we just walked through, but I did want to point out a few items. Unlike the budget bill, the state capital construction bill can have ongoing changes to Wyoming statute. And on page 2 is our first change. I believe this was a result of Co-Chairman Nicholas's motion, which provides for continuous appropriation for the preservation, maintenance, and enhancement of the Capitol building and grounds from the Capitol Square preservation account. And it also indicates that the fund shall be consistent with the MOU executed pursuant to Wyoming Statute 95106F, which is the previously discussed process and includes management council. It also changed the investment earnings to go to that account as opposed to the general fund. The one change from current statute is the current statute defines uses to be under the Hirschler building. And according to the discussions of the Wayfinding committee, I believe the actual Hirschler building would be benefiting from some of the wayfinding expenditures. So that was added. On page 3, the capital renovation and rehabilitation and restoration account is being amended so that at the end of each fiscal year, any unexpended, unobligated amounts from the fund shall be transferred to the Capitol Square. I believe there's only about $500,000 available that are outstanding now, but this is a gentle way, I think, of encouraging that project to come to a conclusion sooner rather than later. Section 2 is very similar to the definitions found in the budget bill, and I want to direct your attention to page 4, lines 8 through 13, where the definition of ARP-C, and the C stands for Capital Projects Fund, is different from the ARP definition in the budget bill. And specifically, this only affects section 604 as specified on line 12. 604 is the $109 million available to the state of Wyoming for purposes of multi-purpose facilities or broadband. So this is not the revenue replacement money or the direct ARPA money. This is only the $109 million. The rest of the definitions are fairly standard. Well, they are standard. Page 7 is the list of projects that were approved by the governor, or excuse me, by the Joint Appropriations Committee. And I will move to page 8 for a discussion of the footnotes. Footnote number 1 relates to the pole barn and the direction by JAC with additional funds that you provided to construct the facility with a concrete floor. Footnote number 2 directs the liquor division and the state construction department to identify, design, and construct the most effective resolution for snow removal. Footnotes 3 and 4 are identical, but this is to prohibit the use of state major maintenance at the 2 barrack facilities in Guernsey for the 2 military. Now, sometimes we would put those in one footnote, but we're actually protecting against ourselves. And if one of them should be deleted, we did not want to inadvertently delete the footnote that applied to more than one project. So you will see footnotes 3 and 4 have identical language, with the exception that footnote number 3 is effective immediate for that first barrack, and the second barrack is effective July 1, 2022. Footnotes 5 and 6 are also effective immediate language for specified military projects. Footnote number 7 relates to the Central Wyoming College Jackson Outreach Center, and it allows SIPA funds to only be used in the event that ARP funds from the $109 million are not awarded. Footnote number 8 allows the Western Wyoming Community College.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
So back on footnote number 7, what happens if the funding comes in, but the project costs more than what we've allocated under the ARP? Here, I know we had a pretty extensive discussion last month about the escalating cost, and were these costs, did we calculate in that 15-20% increase from the original time? My concern is this budget, let's assume it is ARP eligible. We may get 10 million federal funds and we still don't have enough money to do the project.
Great point, Mr. Chairman. We did incorporate a increase, but not on this line. So on page 7, line 26, you will see the $10.3 million of ARP funds. The private revenue would still require matching funds, but if you wanted to include a higher amount of this potential grant, we could take that 10.335478 and multiply it by 15% and bring it up to about 11.9 million. If you wanted to add 15% to the grant application line.
Don, didn't we do a general inflation enhancer for all these projects?
Mr. Chairman, you did, and that appears on line 36 and 37. This is the community college contingency. However, I think Senator Hicks is raising the point that that was the contingency if it were funded with SIPA. There is not a like contingency related to the ARP funds.
That makes sense.
So under that scenario, Mr. Chairman, I really do think we ought to beef that number up. I would rather see any inflationary costs come out of the ARP funds than come out of the SIPA funds.
Go high.
Oh, there's multiple peace signs or second signs to your motion there. So what number you want to move that to? It's nice that we're taking, oh, Senator Guru's back. It's nice. Your friends have been taking care of you, Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What number do you want to put in there? We're going to put in what number are you going to apply to the air today? Because at the end of the day, it'll be wrong. So pick a good one.
Don,
so what I'd like to do is run that up 20%, and that would put us at 12,402,574. That's a 20% increase over with that. Any comments on that?
Second.
I was just saying that since our good friends in Teton County do not want to allow housing on the highway department property, maybe they could fund that at 2.6 million for this project if they want it really badly.
Mr. Chairman, I will opt not to respond to the co-chairman, but my hint that might be an erroneous conclusion on his part.
I read the press release.
You know how the planning commission is versus the county commission. Go where the commissioners are wired. You're good.
All right. Thanks for all that information. All right. We've got a motion.
Question.
Got a second. All those in favor of the motion, raise your hand. All those opposed to the motion, raise your hand. Right, that motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I would just caution your co-chair that in some areas of the state, it's illegal to bait a Teton County legislator into an argument.
You have to talk to the Game and Fish Commission about that one, I think.
Illegal baiting.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, Don, I think that we're back on page 8.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And page 8, footnote number 9 relates to the Northern Wyoming Community College District. I believe this was a Representative Kinner, Senator Kinski motion, which allows for the use of the funds on design, new construction, renovation, landscaping, and exterior improvements, just an expansion to be clear. Section 10, or footnote number 10, excuse me, that is the inflation of SIPA funds. And I believe this was calculated at a smaller amount, but these are state funds. and that the expenditure of the other funds are conditioned upon a one-to-one increase in private funds on a first come, first served basis. So if the Sheridan project moves ahead and consumes all of these funds and has the local capacity, then the subsequent projects would not be eligible.
So Don, do we have, so given, going back to our institution there in Jackson, do we have similar language requiring, that is still, that was still a one-to-one, wasn't it, on that?
So,
Jackson?
Mr. Chairman, the underlying or the first estimate for design was one-to-one, and that's the local share on page 7, line 27 of $8.3 million.
Okay.
There is no comparable increase for inflationary costs. If it is funded with federal funds, the feds would pick up all of the inflation. If it is funded with state SIPA funds, then the project would have 50% of the inflation associated with it.
All right, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, on the top of page 9, we did end with a staff note, and it's just an observation. If the committee desired to have any expectation of a SIPA funds, whether those funds should be drawn down on a proportional basis with local funds, whether the local fund should go in first, which has been done some years, whether the state fund should go in first, which has also been done some years. Right now, it would be the state building commission's discretion as to whether to fund those with state funds or local funds and in what order.
Committee, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Co-Chair, I would move that it's, we don't leave it up to the commission, that we establish what it is, whatever it is, and that it would be basically split.
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, that's kind of the expectation going in. It's a 50-50 deal, and at the end of the day, it should still be a 50-50 deal, I think. Okay, so
I'll second that motion.
Is there a second? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, paragraph 2 are the capital construction appropriations for the University of Wyoming. The first one is the $50 million with broad discretion and broad matching language at the bottom of page 9. And then a specific appropriation from SIPA in the amount of $8.6 million with no footnote for the Ag College. Section 4 on page 10 provides for any—
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Mr. Chairman, on that University of Wyoming project on the 50 million for the matching, at one point I had made the motion to include the language on how those matches would come in and how the state treasurer would allocate the funding, similar to how we did it for the High Altitude Performance Center. Does that money need to, or does that language need to be included here?
Mr. Chairman, I think this applies on the top of page 10, where a commitment is considered to be a donation as long as it will be fully paid within 5 years. And then not less than quarterly, the state treasurer shall distribute the matching funds. I believe that's the prior language used.
Very good. And then, Mr. Chairman, if I may, another question on this one. We discussed the SIPA funding of 50 million. Do we need to have a total expenditure allowed of, say, 108 million or 115 million to cover the one-to-one side of it? Because really in this, the way I read it, and I might be misreading it, we're saying they're allowed to spend the 58 million. However, we also expect a one-to-one match, which would double that 50 million to 100. And so do we need so the question is, do we need to approve the expenditure higher than that, knowing that only 50 million of it comes from the state, similar to what we do in other projects, you know, well, the community college projects just above, we're approving the local match as well as the state match, state side of it, for a total dollar value to those projects. And if we don't do the total dollar value, then the projects are limited to just the state side of the equation. And so it hampers them. Hopefully I've fully confused the committee and allowed Don to answer my question.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, that was the practice for historically with the University of Wyoming. I think it was about 10 years ago where the legislature has stopped appropriating their own funds or donated funds, and it remains silent. We certainly could put in either 50 or $75 million of private funds. The benefit of doing that is to limit the amount of new square footage that the university could create and be subject to future major maintenance liabilities for the state. In the absence of that language, you know, just hypothetically, they could take a portion of this money, let's say $10 million, match it with $100 million, and create a very large college of law for which the state would be subject to major maintenance. That has not been a concern in the last decade or so, so there has not been an appropriation of the university funds, but if you'd like, we could absolutely do that.
So the hard part about that is that, I mean, in my conversations with the folks at UW, that they're not going to be able to do this for under probably 115 to 120. So they're going to have to come up. So if we do it, if we put a number on it, it's got to be what a realistic price tag, because they're just going to have to find the money someplace else besides in our pockets. So, I mean, how do you pick a number is my point.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'm fine leaving it the way it is. I just wanted to make sure we were not constraining the university to just $50 million, that it still allows them to go out and generate the funds and expend. So if the practice has been we don't appropriate, or we're silent on their side of it, I'm fine leaving it just the way it is, as long as we're not constraining them.
Okay, Representative Stith, did you have something?
Mr. Chairman, only to say that if you did put in a $120 million figure, then it sends the message to the public that, you know, that the university does have to come up with that lot and even more than a one-to-one match, and that, you know, we're trying to be as frugal as we can.
Well, I will leave that to the champions of the university to decide what they want to do on that footnote. Okay, there being nothing, go ahead, continue, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the last section other than the effective date appears on page 10, lines 18 through 21. And this is any of the unappropriated funds from the capital renovation restoration account shall be transferred on at the end of this biennium.
So that account, we actually close an account.
Well, that in combination with the language on page 3 strongly encourages that.
How about that? There's a contraction of state government, one less account. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if you wanted to have a motion, you could vote on LSO 352.
All right, let's take I think we have a motion. That's why we're here. So let's go ahead and call the roll.
Representative Kinner.
Representative Kinner is
Muted.
He's smiling, but he's not here. So we'll excuse him for right now.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stiff.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Hicks.
Aye.
Senator Kinski.
Excused.
Senator Steinmetz.
No.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Chairman Perkins.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, would you like this to be a House bill or a Senate file?
Why don't you make that a House bill? Bob, is that okay? I mean, I think we talked about that. Were you going to start it down there?
I don't think it makes any difference. So
Okay,
that's
why
fine.
don't- we'll go ahead and start it on our end.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just workload wise, I don't know what the decision is on the redistricting bill, but if we got a budget bill, a CapCon bill, and then an ARPA bill, we probably need to make sure that at least if they're going to start redistricting on the House side, we probably ought to take at the very least the ARP bill that's coming up next, just to try to even out some of the workload over there. I don't know what the decision is yet on the redistricting.
So the rumor I had it is that it was the intent that it was going to be a Senate file.
That's news to me. The last I'd heard it was a House bill.
well,
Mr. Chairman,
But I'm a mushroom.
I don't think
What would I know? I'm only in leadership.
I think you give it another 5 minutes and see where corporations takes it, because they have
Yeah.
changed their mind a lot of times as they've gone through this process.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kenner has returned and may like to vote on that CapCon bill if the vote is still open.
Is it still open, Don?
Mr. Chairman, that would be fine.
Go ahead, Representative Kenner, vote on the CapCon bill. Are you an aye or a no?
I'm an aye.
Okay,
So, Mr. Co-Chair, it does make sense that that we direct both this and the ARPA bill to wherever the
the opposite house.
redistricting is not, right?
Can I think that's a, Don, let's just do that. We'll just take this to the house opposite the redistricting bill whenever they're numbered. Will they finish the redistricting bill by the opening day of the legislature?
I believe they will have a bill, but I believe it will be at the end of this week. So we will make the changes and then.
I'll tell you what, once you number these next two bills,
Senate file.
both a House bill and a Senate file, and then we'll just take it up and then we don't wait, and we'll just have it on both sides, and we'll just take it up. We'll just have leadership introduce it opposite. Does that work?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that does work with the proviso that we not run two versions of the same bill.
Well, we'll see if we can prevail on Senator Driscoll and President Dockstader.
Great, that takes us to 22 LSO 353, working draft 0.4, which is the American Rescue Act Recovery Funds Appropriation.
Don, before we leave that, just do whatever you think is the right thing to do. You know what we want to have done. So if what I just suggested creates a problem for LSO, then do it, just wait and do it that way. But if that works and can get just one, I was thinking it would be able to, one less thing you guys have to worry about if you could just get it done. But I don't want to make you more work. I'm trying to save you a little bit of work.
Very well. On the so-called ARP Recovery Funds Appropriation, 353, this is really for the emergency expenses of government as stated in the long title, and provides appropriations, specifies conditions on the appropriations for these COVID relief funds. But these are, as defined on page 2, line 11, these are ARPA D funds, and the D stands for direct funds. These are all ARPA funds from the $1.068 billion, except for, as stated on line 19, revenue replacement for the provision of government services. So this is everything else that was not in the budget bill. And this ARP D funds are the provisions that were recommended in the second portion of Governor's Letter number 17. And the programs are all listed in table form on pages 3 and 4. And I will walk you through each one of those programs does have a footnote associated with them. Now, we talked internally for a fair bit about whether we should build this like the Capcom bill with a table and footnotes, or have it like an extended section 300. And technically, the legal effect is there is no difference according to our LSO legal staff. However, putting it in a table form is in many cases easier to amend for the floor. That way you can direct a certain line item to be increased or decreased by a set amount, rather than striking the language in a section 300 type provision and reinserting a new, say it was at $1 million and changing that number from $1 million to 1.1 million. So in the long run, particularly if you have multiple appropriations, say for the Connect Wyoming Broadband program, going up and down throughout several different readings, this tabular format should allow for a easier time to amend this on the floor. The first footnote relates to the appropriation to the governor's office for a discretionary public health emergencies. This $50 million appropriation allows broad purposes, and toward the end of the bill, it even allows the governor to develop new programs as he deems appropriate. And the set amount there per JAC action is $50 million. Footnote number 2, I believe, was Senator Kinski's motion on workforce services. And this is a relatively limited amount of permissible purposes for apprenticeships, targeted healthcare workforce. There was some question that we've received from the executive branch on line 16, whether or not career and technical education was inclusive of nursing. And it seems to me that that is certainly a career program. And more importantly, it also would qualify in 2A2 on line 36 of page 4, which defines targeted healthcare workforce. So it seems like nursing could qualify in a couple of different areas. Footnote number 3 is a $10 million appropriation, and this is for outdoor recreation. And this is directed to the Department of State Parks and Cultural Resources. We have since learned from the executive branch consultants, CLA or Clifton Larson Allen, that they have some concerns about what projects might qualify under the permissible purposes. However, this is structured with a grant program, and I think it was Senator Hicks who indicated why add additional state restrictions on these federal funds. So as long as they're permissible under the federal law, they would be allowable under this appropriation. Footnote number 4
Don, on that, I mean, ultimately, is that explicit in here, or is that just an implicit requirement? Because obviously, for anything to qualify on these ARP-D funds, they have to be a qualifying expenditure under the federal law. Have we said that in this bill, or is that just implicit? Because obviously, it's a requirement.
Yes, you have made it explicit on page 11, line 14 through 16, where you say no expenditure of the funds under this act except in accordance with both state, and there are some constitutional provisions, as well as federal law, regulation, and order. So it is explicit.
Okay, thank you.
Footnote number 4 at the bottom of page 5, seeing no other questions, relates to a $2 million appropriation to state parks and cultural resources. And this is related to the tourism activities. Footnote number 5 at the top of page 6 is the funding for WyoLink related to statewide public safety interoperable radio communications services. Footnote number.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So Don, in the MRG stuff in our budget bill, we pulled some of the WyoLink stuff out there, which was mainly grants back to the locals for WyoLink equipment. Remind me, do we make as we done this through YDOT, do we allow the counties and those to come in and apply? Will this cover their portion of the wild link expenditures, the upgrades of radio and those sorts of things? Do you recall how we done that?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would, so long, and Kevin can certainly opine, so long as the services that are being delivered are not just general government expenditures, but that are permissible under ARPA.
And so, Kevin, I think historically the conversation has been on upgrading radios and stuff that they need locally to stay wild link compatible, and so we're including them in this appropriation.
We have the hardware aspect of it for the Department of Transportation. The software and hardware maintenance we did not do because that would be a bridge too far. But it doesn't explicitly say that we could use this funding for the purchase of radios for local governments. We only converted the Department of Transportation's portion of it.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank
All
you.
right. Continue.
So yeah, before we go on though, I think we need to find a location, or perhaps in this or paragraph, that allows these funds to be used for ARPA direct dollars for local and county entities for equipment, for whatever can be covered, so that we fill that bucket at the same time that we fill the buckets of all the folks that are. And so, Don, I mean, can we add in a sentence or a phrase here that includes that?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. On page 6, line 3, after the word network, you could say including, and then specify local hardware or software if permitted, and the if permitted is, as I mentioned previously, is already explicit. But if you wanted to expand the purposes, you could certainly indicate that.
Well, and I think that's important, Mr. Chairman, because I think what we've heard is that part of this need to upgrade is going to be upgrading of equipment. Some of that stuff's antiquated now, and so that'll be a cost back to some of the counties, will it not? Unless we need to include them in there. So I hope that will accomplish that. Kevin, does that sound reasonable?
I think hardware is reasonable. The software is the MRG portion, and YDOT carries that and then bills that software through the local governments on their MRG.
Right, and we cover that with the direct. I mean, that's one of the things we left in that MRG account. So I think we're covered there. You just need to make sure, and we just need that language. I think on line 3 that somewhere on lines 2 and 3 that's the wild link statewide public safety interoperable radio communication system, is not just the state, it's not just the state side, it's also the local government side.
Well, and thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but I guess that's where I was, because in this document that Don provided for us, we're in the budget bill where we talk about the MRG, we reduced that down substantially from the $14 million, and part of that goes away.
I think Don said, and Don, why don't you run us through what you left in the MRG amount?
Thank you.
You left in all the assessments to the public. People are stayed in there. We didn't reduce the assessments that we're paying on behalf of the public.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that is correct. So all obligations that exist both historically and in this bill for MRG funds are fully funded. So the first thing we did is we looked backwards and we identified all open appropriations that had not been fully expended. Matizzi gets a sewer and water grant 2 years ago, but it hasn't been spent. I added all of those amounts up. It didn't add up to much, by the way, less than $1 million. The second thing is we provided space or sufficient funding for the BRC program at $8 million for the biennium. Then we fully funded the locals portion of WildLink, which I believe was about a little over $4 million. And then finally, the state share of the matching requirement for the drinking water, safe drinking water program, which I believe was about $2.3 million, $2.2 million.
Thank you. Thank
And
you,
so-
Mr. Chair, for your patience.
So, if we can just close this loop, Dawn and Kevin, I think what I've heard though is that the software portion is under the department and they assess a fee against the locals for their share of the software, and there's a software that runs that. And that's generally what we funded out of that MSRG funding, and that's still there. And Kevin's giving me the thumbs up. So the rest of this is the hardware, and we're talking about expanding this so now the locals can also participate in this hardware along with the state on the upgrades in hardware, which includes towers as well as consoles and et cetera. Is that right, Don and Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the towers and the consoles and the Quantars, all of that is going to be picked up by WIDOT on their side of the fence. So when we had that conversation about how the WildLink funding was going to be approved, and then there was going to be this offset so that we could set our future plan for RIS, the statistic did not include a portion of money for the local governments to buy radios, for example. Maybe you can consider increasing the amount of money for the local government so they can participate in purchasing radios.
Thank you. So are you happy now, Representative Larson?
I am. Thank you for your patience.
All right, perfect. All right.
Mr. Chairman, before moving on, am I interpreting this correctly, this discussion? We should expand the language on lines 2 and 3 to specifically include both the state and local hardware related to WildLink.
Right. I think that it might be superfluous based upon Kevin's comments, but it doesn't hurt to be explicit.
Thank you. Footnote number 6 relates to the appropriation to the Department of Health for emergency funding of staff retention and attracting employees. This is the HHS staffing stabilization, and it is an appropriation of $10 million. Footnote number 7 is the innovation fund for Health and Human Services in the amount of $5 million and relates to providing long-term grants to rural healthcare, long-term care provision of human services. We have been asked on the language on page 15 whether community behavioral health is inclusive of mental health, and that language is consistent with the Department of Health's budget, which is in the behavioral health division and refers to community and behavioral health. So our response, it seems to, but if any member wanted us to be more explicit, we could add a comma and add in mental health.
For those of us who are the unenlightened, I thought behavioral health encompassed both mental health and related physical issues that obviously impact mental health. But anyway, if we need to fix that, Representative Larson, you're kind of our point man on that.
I'll just follow your example. It doesn't hurt to put mental and behavioral health.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yeah, I've got a question just about this $5 million for the Health and Human Services Innovation Fund. Footnote 7, as read, applies to, for example, long-term care. So my question is, I can't tell, maybe I've just forgotten our discussion, but I can't tell what this money is really for, because initially Department of Health asked for $20 million for an innovation fund, and we initially, I thought, rejected that because the description of it was so open and broad that it didn't have metrics, didn't have performance requirements. And so I have a question. So for example, for long-term care, if we have a provider now who's getting, say, $7,000 a month, and using this $5 million, the state's now going to pay them $7,500 a month for the same long-term care Medicaid eligible patient. I mean, is that going to count as an innovation, or is that just more money? I mean, I guess I'm having trouble understanding what this money's for.
Well, and this was a little bit of a trust me on this one for Stefan and Corinne Schmidt. And we, my recollections are these two directors are great directors. They have lots of good ideas. We didn't want to turn them loose on 20 million, but we thought that we would risk a certain amount to let them go out and see if they can find some kind of innovative approach to do something a little bit different, and see if they can find something that's more effective, maybe hopefully, maybe more cost effective, maybe more effective as far as the patient or the outcomes, and to give them a little bit of that and have them come back and report and see if there's some things that we can do differently. And that's what this was for. This was kind of that Stefan and Corinne had kind of earned this, and we were going to let them go see what they could do with it and see if they can come back and do something good. But we were willing to do it for 5 million, but we certainly weren't willing to do it for 20. Bob, is that what you remember, or Senator Hicks?
Yeah, I vaguely remember that conversation, but when we took it from 20 to 5, we still have the laundry list of potential things in there, which I guess that gives me a little bit of concern when you look at all the potential things. So it would have been nice to get a priority list as to what they actually were going to target the 5 for versus the $20 million laundry list that we have in the current bill.
Well, I'd say Corinne and Director Schmidt and Director Hansen, this was a trust me. We're going to let them go out and make those determinations and come back and tell us what they did. But we can certainly change it as it moves forward.
I think, Mr. Chairman, too, I think that they're looking at the different areas, long-term care, what's some innovations there, what's innovations in behavioral health and in digital medication. I think we have a tendency to get really prescriptive on some of this. And I think to your point is you bring back those conversations to my mind is that we did take a step back and says, okay, come back and tell us how this worked, and we'll go from there. And we reduced it to that 5 million.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 8 relates to the what is often referred to in the governor's materials as the EMS certification. Some questions were raised as to what that meant, so we tried to define that a little bit more explicitly on line 19 to include dispatch training, hardware, and other activities to improve the emergency response times and patient outcomes related to EMS. Footnote number 9 relates to the 211 capacity within Wyoming and developing a directory of resources to provide comprehensive information and referrals.
So Dawn, back on footnote 8, I thought there was a certification process for these first responders. And I thought this was to provide the assistance and the financial backing to try and get those folks certified. And maybe that's all involved in the certification, but ultimately at the end of the day, I thought we were trying to get to a place where these folks were certified.
Mr. Chairman, I think you're exactly right. I think the word certification raised a lot. 3 of our 3 attorneys all kind of circled that in red and said, change it. So my attempts to change it appear on line 19. I completely agree. The entire conversation was about certification. And I guess I lost that internal battle. What would be best, I think, is to say the expansion of EMS certification, which might include dispatch training, hardware, and other activities.
Yeah, I mean, that's up to the committee. what I see is with this loosening, it just, you can spend the 84 on anything you want to, they can do it anything. I would, you may not end up with a single additional certified person and have it expended the $84,000, but oh well.
I'll make that adjustment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
On footnote 10, I believe we're on. This was added by JAC, so it was not part of the governor's list, and this provides an appropriation to the Department of Health to provide grants to stabilize emergency medical services. Oh, excuse me, this is the EMS stabilization. This was part of the governor's recommendation. The language beginning on page 29 was the JAC addition to ensure that the grant would not prolong a business entity that would otherwise not have the resources to continue to operate during the period of the grant. Or in accounting nomenclature, they would maintain a going concern in the absence of these funds.
Okay.
Footnote number 11 is a governor's recommendation for the Emergency Medical Services Regionalization Pilot Program for at least 5 trauma centers. And this one includes a JAC amendment of a 1-to-1 match. Footnote number 12 provides funding, which was, I believe, exclusively a JAC idea. This is the ARPA direct funding for Wyoming Home Services Program in the amount of $2.7 million. Next, footnote number 13 provides an appropriation to the Department of Health for providing grants for existing infrastructure and financial relief to providers who are at imminent risk of closure. I believe this was a Representative Larson amendment. Footnote number 14 provides for crisis beds. I believe this amendment, we have received some indication by the executive branch consultant that they question whether or not the crisis beds themselves would be eligible for ARPA dollars. However, I believe this is written in such a way for crisis beds and stabilization services that the department could have flexibility to develop a program that would be ARPA eligible. I understand the federal government is unlikely to pay for empty beds. That is not to say that the federal government may not be allow expenditures to these providers for other broader purposes related to COVID-19. Staff did add the same restriction that the department cannot increase the overall capacity of residential group home beds consistent with those certified on January 1, 2020. So this is the same restriction as found in the budget bill. Footnote number 15 is a appropriation to the Wyoming Community College Commission. This is the WIN program, which we spoke about in the budget for nursing. Footnote number 16 on the top of page 8.
So Don, going back to that, I mean, in our discussion, we just had that discussion about nursing a minute ago. And I'm just struggling to see. I mean, we've had several people bring this to our attention that we haven't funded WIN with any kind of general fund. We've done it only with this ARPA D money. And we've had this discussion about nurses several times. It's just kind of boggles my mind that we still have these concerns that somehow the advanced nursing degree program isn't going to qualify as nursing as either career or technical education or otherwise dealing with the healthcare professionals or healthcare providers related to COVID. If it applies to a nursing program, why wouldn't it apply to WIN? I mean, I'm still struggling with that. Do you have any insight?
Mr. Chairman, none other than echoing your same remarks. We've heard the same points, so that's why I tried to raise it. But I have not heard any clear explanation as to why these expenditures would not be allowable.
Okay.
I believe we're I believe on footnote number 16, line 5 of page 8. This is a appropriation to OSLI for infrastructure and capital construction investments. This is the grants for clinics, hospitals, and other health facilities, and the permittable purposes are articulated a maximum amount of $5 million, a needs analysis, which was discussed at length on the committee, and then at minimum, a one-to-one grant. However, a provision that SLIB can modify this matching requirement upon a determination of need. We also included here that SLIB might review the sponsor's financial information, and the matching amount could include in-kind contributions, which appears on page 8, line 21 and 22, which I know the committee discussed at length. Footnote number 17 is a general appropriation for local projects, also granted through the SLIB board. This is a merit-based allocation. And I should mention on footnote number 16, JAC did not make any provision for administrative costs. As opposed to footnote number 17, there is an explicit provision of administrative costs. I think administrative costs likely qualify for ARPA funds, but a question of whether or not on footnote 16, that was an oversight or a desire by JAC not to provide for SLIB admin costs.
Remind me on 17, how much is that?
Footnote number 17, the total pie there, I believe, is $50 million. And there is a provision that SLIB could use some of those funds for grant staff.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So, Don, my recollection was that there was a stipulation that water projects would be a low priority for that 50 million.
Mr. Chairman, the next one, footnote 18, specifically elevates eligible water and sewer projects. But 16 typically does not comment one way or the other on water projects. Technically, as written, they both would be eligible.
But I think, Mr. Chairman, Don, I think we had that conversation when we brought water in. We excluded water from 16 as being considered to where, because it'd all be in the next one.
Yeah, so we've got 50 million in local government support projects and another 50 million in eligible water and sewer projects. We've got 250 millions. Right? Okay.
Right.
And I'm hearing from the committee, we should exclude any water projects from footnote number 17. Is that correct?
That's the way
That was our. Okay, we will
So I thought, and maybe I'm wrong, but I thought we're going to allow them to use some of their money from the local projects to be matches on their sewer and water projects or not?
Well, I think
We have that discussion.
I thought that we was going to allow them to do that in the next one in 18.
That's what I mean. You could use some of this money from 17 to match your money, your grant in 18, but maybe I remember wrong.
Mr. Chairman, my recollection of the conversation when we were talking about restricting that 50 million was originally because we've got, I believe it's House Bill 2 out there that specifically called out $95 million for that water and sewer projects. I don't know that we would need to go into the first 50 million and say they can't do water and sewer. Maybe if we just said that it's not a priority use of those funds, because we could very well run into a situation where they might need to dip into a little bit of it the second half of the biennium to finish a project. I don't know that that would happen, but I would hate to get too restrictive that could happen. And so if we were going to provide any language, I think we would just say that to the extent possible that those projects would be moved into the water and sewer. I don't know, but the conversation, my recollection is because we had a bill out there with 95 million. That's the reason we wanted to limit the 50 million.
I think that rings a bell for
Yeah.
me anyway. Thank you.
And
So do we just want to put, do you want to do it, just want to use the lower priority language then in I guess that'd be in footnote 17, right?
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest we put the exclusion language in footnote 17, and then as we come back in the supplemental budget and look at that, we can always change that if we really, and I think Senator Hicks's point is really valid, but I'd just like him to be able to focus on some other things besides water in that first year, and if that doesn't work, then we can change that language and open it up a little bit.
And because we also talked about the fact that infrastructure bill is going to have some water in it, water money in it as well. So that's kind of coming back to me now. I think you're right. So I think that's a good point, Senator Hicks. So Don, have you got that? Just make that one a lower priority.
Mr. Chairman, in fact,
Okay.
I will exclude water from footnote 17.
I don't think we said, okay. I think it's just, we're going to say it was a lower priority as opposed to excluded.
Very well, Mr. Chairman. It begs a second question at the top of page 9. We have the language there on footnote 17 related to if House Bill 6 is, and that's the $95 million water bill, is enacted into law, this appropriation shall not be effective. While that was made on that appropriation, staff believe it more appropriately should be attached to footnote 18 rather than footnote 17.
Okay, now
Sure.
that makes sense. Go ahead, Representative Simpson.
Yeah, staff's correct. That is House Bill 06 is the $95 million bill, and it should be attached to 18. So I'd move that we take that last sentence away from footnote 17 and transfer it down on line 15 on page 8 and make it pertinent to the one that's it's supposed to be on.
We've got a motion. We got a second by Senator Hicks. I can read his mind. He's seconding that motion.
Yeah, could you say it again, Evan, please?
Thank you. The last, on page 8, the last line on line 30, the word if, the last word on that paragraph, beginning with if, and then on page 9, 2022 House Bill 006 is enacted into law. This appropriation shall not be effective. Remove it from that location and relocate it and insert it after the word board on line 15 on page 9.
Okay. All right, so that's the motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, second.
Yeah, we got a second, several of them. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion looks to be unanimous. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, on footnote 18, this is the $50 million explicitly for eligible water and wastewater projects. And the allocation, the only language we have here is the allocation of the competitive grant funding shall be determined by SLIB. And we left it generic to that. We did read, because House Bill 6 was numbered at the time, we did read a number of programmatic conditions, and that's in the staff comment on lines 18 through 21, whether or not the committee wanted to include those as part of that footnote 18, $50 million.
And so, but I think our last language just took care of that. If House Bill 6 is enacted, there won't be any of those. Or do you want it there in case House Bill 6 is not enacted? Representative Simpson.
Yeah, the idea here is that if House Bill 6 fails, then we've got 50 million here that is going to be administered out of SLIB. There's two criteria that I'd like for you to entertain here in this particular footnote that was important to the Select Water Committee. First is that it was an 85% grant, 15% local match. That number is strategic. It's not random at all, and we'd like to include that in here. And also the second one is we didn't want any one project to be larger than $7.5 million in the grant award to make sure that 2 or 3 big projects just didn't gobble up the whole grant process. And so I'd propose that we drop that proportionally. Now we're talking 50 instead of 95 for the maximum grant award to be 4.5 million for any one particular client or sponsor. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion that we include the verbiage that we have an 85/15% grant ratio, and that we have a maximum of $4.5 million awarded to any one project.
You've got seconds all over the place on that one, Representative Simpson.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion?
Well, I do have a question. It kind of goes to most of these items that we're doing. I mean, I'm presuming that, and Don, do we have language that at some point in time that the SLIB OSLI has to report back to JAC on all the grants that have been applied for and allocated, and so that we know who got what, how much money is left when we come back in a supplemental budget next year. And so if we have a project, and if there's no longer a line that you know, a project that is a $15 million project come back in and ask for another 4.9, if, or something to that effect, or we have some type of a process that we, you know, we make it available for everybody, but also if we have more money, then they can come back and get additional monies for their program. But unless we have a reporting mechanism, we won't be able to make that kind of determination on it. So
why don't we ask for that? Why don't we ask for that in the supplemental budget request that we, why don't we ask them to put that together in their supplemental budget request, Bob?
That will work. I mean, in terms of when they get it and how they comply with it, but I don't know what's the easiest for it to happen, but also the most accurate and timely.
Mr. Chairman, I think the solution is really easy here. OSLI will have the printouts. They'll do all the interviews, everything, and it'll be really easy for us to request a printout of who the grant awarders is.
Well, and I'm talking about everything, not just water projects. I mean, everything that we've done through here, the 55 million, the 12, the 10, everything that's out there. And what else? To me, we need a kind of a full accounting of all the dollars. So we know how to move forward next year. And the sooner we have the data, the better. So.
There is no specific, Mr. Chairman, there is no specific additional reporting requirements. However, the federal reporting is very robust, and we get copies of all of the federal reporting, which could certainly be used not only for an accounting perspective, but a programmatic perspective.
And Mr. Chairman, along those lines, we're working on a dashboard with Clifton Larson Allen for the status of funds. Remember, at a glance. So we're compiling that as well.
So do we get extra ARPA dollars for for Kevin and for the LSO for all this work they're going to be doing through the interim?
We just, do we get a 0.5% or 1% big on those, Kevin or Don?
I don't know, you might want to boost up your mental health money.
Yeah. Well, we'll do a carve out for the budget office in the mental health and behavioral health money.
Well, you could do the mental health for the budget office and substance abuse for some of the rest of us.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Don, Mr. Co-Chairman, are you happy now, or you still want something else? Okay, go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a motion pending.
Oh, okay, well, that's all right. Thank you. We got that motion pending. All right, all those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. Motion carries with some opposition.
So why is one some? I think some means more than one.
None just means some, means more than none.
Mr. Chairman, I would hate to correct your co-chairman, but me, myself, and I are some.
Yeah, Larry always gets 2 votes when it comes to water. Okay, go ahead, Don, let's keep going.
Mr. Chairman, footnote number 19 is just directing the funds to the UW Family Medical Practice or medical residency programs. Footnote number 20 is for the WWAMI education program. This is the student tuition and fees. We spoke about this in the budget as well. So this has 2 sources of funds. We have learned that ARPA funds are unlikely for this. Footnote number 21 provides for the Department of Corrections for substance use disorder treatment backlog. This was a governor's request. Footnote number 22 is funding for broadband. This has an extensive footnote on it related to the $15 million of ARPA direct funds. They must be matched 1-to-1 with private sector matching funds, and then a statement of intent that the combined amount be matched on a 4-to-1 basis, contemplating funds, $100 million available to Wyoming under the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Number 23, footnote number 23 relates to the e-file system in the circuit courts, and the appropriation is made to the Supreme Court to employ that technology. And footnote number 24 is a direction of amount to the judicial branch for protective personal equipment, PPE. With that, Mr. Chairman, I think I will hand over
Mr. Chairman, Don, could we go back to footnote 8 on that EMS curriculum stuff? And I might just suggest, Don, that I was reading yours and that something wasn't clicking, so I went back and looked at what the governor done, and on line 18, if instead of, it's not an expansion of the emergency, it's an establishment. We don't have it now, so could we maybe say for the establishment of a statewide emergency medical dispatch training, scratch through hardware and other activities to improve response? Does that read okay to you?
Thank you very much. I appreciate the direction.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Don.
And I would entertain Tamara for joining us for the balance of this bill. But section 3 are some limitations and conditions on the legislation. On the top of page 11, it provides for one-time funding. Paragraph 2 says that the executive does not have the ability to change or redistribute the amounts appropriated. Paragraph 3 indicates that you cannot transfer the funds for another purpose. Subsection B is the explicit direction to follow both state and federal laws, regulations, and orders. And subsection C indicates the governor shall implement reporting requirements on the grant recipients to comply with the federal reporting. So that means if a local community receives a grant, that they must provide sufficient information for the state to fill out its federal reporting. And then footnote or subsection D authorizes the governor to establish any programs consistent with these appropriations. Section 4, I think I will
Mr.
hand it
Chairman.
over.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After section D, is this where it would be appropriate to put in a paragraph related to Co-Chairman Nicholas's comments that the governor and SLIB and related agencies shall report to JAC who received the money and how much money they received? Paraphrasing that thought.
You can certainly put it in if you want to.
Mr. Chairman, I would make that motion.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Those in favor, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. All right, motion carries. Now, Mr. Co-Chairman's really happy. Go ahead, Don.
And Mr. Chairman, this is Tamara Revley. I believe we're on section 4 now on page 12.
Okay.
So this came about through the committee's request that the bill draft that's actually also on your agenda, it's LSO 095, the federal emergency COVID-19 relief funding limitations, that it be incorporated into this ARP funding bill. This amends 2021 Wyoming session laws, which was Senate File 118. That was the bill that appropriated all of those ARP funds right after the ARP Act was passed. That includes the Section 602 and the Section 604, or the ARP-C and the ARP-D funds. It was a blanket appropriation of all funds and like funds, subject to further review and appropriation by the legislature. So this Section 4 affirmatively truncates the appropriation and general grant of authority to the governor, such that the funds are not double appropriated. The little section 4 on page 12 on line 15 is going into that act and going into the legislative findings and clarifying the legislature's intent regarding the authority that would be ending or terminating on March 26, 2022. And this is the date that if the legislature were to adjourn on March 11th and to pass this act on that date that they adjourn, if the governor were to not veto it or sign it, but it became law without his signature, that would be 15 days from March 11th. So March 26, 2022 is the date you see throughout this bill. Section 5 on page 13 is the governor's existing authority under that act to promulgate rules or orders to create those emergency programs. This puts that sunset date in there of March 26, 22. Then continuing on to page 14, this is subsection B, that general appropriation of all funds that the state receives that do not accrue to any agency are appropriated to the governor, subject to further review and legislative appropriation. You see that on line 19, and that's what this bill is. That's that subject review. The table in the prior sections was that additional legislative appropriation of these funds. So we have that sunset date lapsing the funds on March 26th. That continues on page 15 with the governor's authority to transfer any remaining funds out there. And on page 16, section 7 is clarification of the governor's authority to B11 ARP funds, and that it would not exist after March 22nd, 2022. Now, one comment on that you'll see when we skip ahead to page 18 is that the committee did ask for $50 million in the last meeting to be left for the governor. That you'll see in 22 LSO 0295 if we go through that. Otherwise, that 50 million, I think, is incorporated into the table, into that first appropriation there in your table.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a staff comment on page 17 suggesting or asking if you would want to repeal some other appropriations that are out there in last year's budget bill and last year's CapCon bill. And the first one is replicated there for you. It related to the school capital construction, section 313, subsection J in the budget. And then the second one is a higher education project authorization that was in the CapCon bill. directing expenditure of certain ARP funds if they ended up being permissible for the projects. And I think time has since passed that we know that those expenditures are unlikely and they could be repealed just to ensure they're not hanging out there. Otherwise, the act is effective immediately. And there's a note that the act doesn't modify or impair any existing contracts or obligation that the state has entered into. So while the act is effective immediately, there is a section in the beginning of the table that subjects all those appropriations to begin on March 27th. So that's really when all of the bill begins. It's just the language itself is effective. I'll take any questions or allow Don to add anything I might have missed.
Okay. Thank you, Tamara. Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, Tamara, and I guess for anybody else also, I saw that a few days ago or last week, the governor used his authority to B11 $3.9 million at the request of the Supreme Court and another $375,000 also at the request of the Supreme Court. My question is, are there any others of those that have happened in the last few days? And the larger question is, if we've got a $50 million line item here for a discretionary response, does it make sense to say that any similar things the governor might do between now and March 26th would be deducted from that $50 million?
I will let Dawn and his staff.
Bob, why don't you tell them a little bit about our conversations with the governor?
Well, I think I'll let you do that since you're the chair, but also tell them about our conversations with the Chief Justice as well.
So the Chief Justice called about that. I first of all, the governor is not going to go through with his B11 of the $3.8 million is my understanding. He said he's going to back off on that one. That in large part is Co-Chairman Nicholas visited with them and we expressed the fact that we didn't want to expand that program to just turn around and not be able to continue that going forward. And so, and also a reluctance to spend these ARPA direct dollars on attorneys and attorneys fees. And so that one is gone by the wayside. And so we've talked about that. So the governor is, I think the other one is the governor's talked about, the governor really wants to do the Harvard study. And so ultimately, we did not threaten the governor. We did not threaten the Chief Justice. We did have some discussions with them. I think that the governor is going to he's not going to do the one on the equal justice, but I believe he is going to do a B11 to carry out with the Harvard study. My co-chairman and I were on a call with him for about an hour. I forget what was it, an hour and 15 minutes a week ago, last week, and with the folks at Harvard and had more about that. I think we still have some of the same concerns and trepidations that we did originally, but the governor, I think, has spent more time on it and he's convinced, so he may do that. So all that being said, he's asked for some flexibility. There's no magic about the 50 million. He's asked for some flexibility from us. And so if you want to make that motion, that's certainly a motion that could be considered. But anyway, anything else you want to add, Mr. Co-Chair?
Yeah, so the way that our last discussion with the court was that they said, okay, how about if we just, they had various projects, including the interpretive software and a couple other things that they were just hardware fixes to accommodate that program. I think the total is roughly 800,000. That we said that we would find a place to put that in this bill and not as part of the quality justice group. And then I would concur with on the number of what we should leave in the governor's pot after, there are numerous pots out there. And we didn't, agree to any number. We just said we'll leave you something, well, kind of like we did with the CARES Act for emergencies, but we don't want it to just to be a candy land. And that it kind of, he follows as close as he can his directives and is for emergency ARPA in related items so that there is money left in the pot next year. So. Got it.
And so, Mr. Chairman, I guess I don't want to throw gasoline on a fire or dare the governor to burn through $50 million in 45 days, right? So if the chairs believe that sort of our current working relationship with the governor is productive and working, then I don't need necessarily to amend or try to amend this bill. I just thought I was curious. I was quite surprised to see the B11 for the Supreme Court. And I'm glad to hear actually that it's not going forward with the equal justice piece.
Okay, any other questions for Tamara? Tamara, don't take it as a personal affront. I think part of it's we're getting late and we're starting to run down. So thank you for your work on this. Appreciate it. Anything else on this bill then? I think that takes us through the bill.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, and thanks for indulging me again. If we could go back to page 8, and this is on that 55 million we have for providing grants for qualifying health and human service infrastructure. On line 11 and 12, we put a maximum grant in there for $5 million. We have all of that they have to have one-to-one matching funds and stuff like that. But you'll recall that $5 million was a recommendation that came out from the House Majority Floor Leader. I think was a little bit arbitrary. I don't know that we heard a lot of basis behind that. And since that time, I've heard back from some of the folks that are considering that, and some say that they won't need that much, and others are saying that that's a little low. And so I would like to make a motion to raise that to 7.5 million.
Second.
I think somebody's probably had some conversations the rest of us haven't had, but anyway, good for you. That's the way it works. All right.
It's getting late. Moving it on.
All right. Any other discussion? Are you ready for the question?
Question.
All those in favor, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. There's some opposition.
So.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, motion carries.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Senator Drew.
Do we want to, Tamara, did you ask us if we want to remove those last two sections, and did we? The Capcom and the higher education project, did you want us to drop those out now?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Tamara.
Yes, that was a question, an open-ended question in the footnote. I'm sorry, in the staff comment. And so if you do want to take action on that, it would need to be done by motion.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, it's included in the bill currently. We would just need to take action to confirm we want it included. Is that right? As I read it, that section 5 is those repealers of those two.
Yeah. The
All
motion is the motion, if we wanted to include those, is that you would adopt the staff comment and include those. Isn't that right, Tamara?
That's right. It isn't a staff comment. It's hard to tell because it breaks across page 16 to 17. That's just what section 5 would read if you did choose to repeal those.
Okay. So that answers your question. Senator Guru, back to you. What do you want to do, Senator Guru?
Leave it right that way, repeal.
Then you need to have a motion to include it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I would second the motion Senator Guru is about to make, that he would like to repeal those.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It is.
Further discussion. All those in favor of the motion, which will result in this being included in the bill, raise your hand. All those opposed, raise your hand. All right, there is some opposition, but the motion carries.
Oh.
All right, Tamara, anything else on this bill before, anything else on the bill at all? Nope. Okay, members, what's your pleasure with the bill?
Move the bill.
Moved by Representative Larson, seconded
Second.
by Representative Walters. All those in favor, raise, also we got to take a roll on this one. Go ahead, Don, take the roll.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is on LSO 353, working draft 0.4 as amended. Representative Kinner,
Aye.
Representative Larson,
Aye.
Representative Schwartz,
Aye.
Representative Simpson,
Aye.
Representative Stiff,
Aye.
Representative Walters,
Aye.
Senator Guru,
Aye.
Senator Hicks,
Larry, you were muted.
Well, I was an aye, but now that I'm muted, I'm going to reconsider my vote and be a weak aye.
Okay,
Senator Kinski,
Senator Kinski's excused,
Senator Steinmetz,
excused.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Chairman Perkins.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to your, the motion passes, and pursuant to your prior direction, we will visit with the co-chairs as the House bill versus Senate file numbering it becomes more clear.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, we have one more additional bill for your consideration. The fortunate thing is, in Tamara's previous explanation, this is all the same. The question is whether or not the provisions repealing the emergency expenses and powers of the governor should be also in a standalone bill. These are essentially sections 4, 5, and 6 of the bill that you just adopted, but would serve as a standalone in the event that the appropriations in the ARPA bill that was previously acted upon do not go across the finish line, are not enacted.
Don, it's not just the appropriation. He could line item certain components of it because there's multiple appropriations in it, right?
right.
So I would suggest that we have the bill ready and we move forward with it.
Move the bill.
Got a second by Representative Hicks. Any other discussion?
So does the bill have the allocation, the allow him to have the 50 million? Yeah, it does.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Tamara Revely.
Okay.
This
Thank you.
motion was made. It is different though than it appears in the table. This appears on page 6. It's a new section 2, and it just generally appropriates $50 million to the Office of the Governor for purposes of responding to the COVID-19 public health emergency and that are consistent with the terms of the ARPA Act. And expenditures under this section shall be reported through the B11 process. And so that is very similar to the authority that's in the table that's footnoted at 50 million. But do note that if both pass, that would be 100 million different appropriations.
Yeah, we get that. So but the difference being that since it only has a single appropriation, there's no line item veto power in it. Is that correct?
And Tamara, why wouldn't we put a provision in this that says if the bill, this is only valid if the bill doesn't pass?
Mr. Chairman, to both questions, I think LSO has always opined that changes to prior appropriations don't constitute multiple appropriations for purposes of the veto. I don't know if a governor has ever read the authority more broad. That's a possibility, but I would not anticipate this would be subject to line item veto, even though it is modifying prior appropriations and making one new appropriation. As to making it contingent, you certainly could do so in either bill. It's best not to have multiple contingent sections in both bills running, though. It might be best to keep it in this one bill.
Well, there you go. And so that's what that does is that removes a reason to vote for this bill, but that may not be enough. But anyway, committee, so we've had a motion on the bill. Any further discussion? Further discussion. All right, let's go ahead and call the roll then, Don.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is on LSO 295, committee formal draft 1.1. There are no amendments. Representative Kinner.
Aye.
Representative Larson.
Aye.
Representative Schwartz.
Aye.
Representative Simpson.
Aye.
Representative Stith.
Aye.
Representative Walters.
Aye.
Senator Guru.
Aye.
Senator Hicks. I believe that was an aye, Senator Hicks. Senator
Aye.
Kinsey.
Excused.
Aye,
Senator,
aye, aye, aye,
Senator Steinmetz.
Excused.
Co-Chairman Nicholas.
Aye.
Chairman Perkins.
Aye.
So,
Yes.
Mr. Co-Chair, is it your preference that we leave the votes open on these for Dave or for?
No, I would just soon get them. I think we're getting down so short. I just soon close it and have them marked for introduction.
That's fine. I just want to be accommodating, so whatever you want.
Now, if it wasn't the week before a session, I would say yes, but I think you let LSO get this stuff checked off.
Mr. Chairman, did I hear him say anything we want?
Yeah, and that's all recorded on YouTube, so we can find that later.
Mr. Chairman, on the 295, would you like this to be a House bill or a Senate file?
Oh, you can start in the Senate.
Very good, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your indulgence. I know my explanations exceeded the time anticipated.
All right, is there anything else on our list we need to clear up before we finish this last general appropriations get together?
I just want to tell Don that he can expect to do that explanation about 10 more times in the next week. So I have to
Give you an
apologize.
opportunity to consolidate anyways. I don't think you can even take that long in the new legislator training day after tomorrow, so.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you, Don.
Thank you to Don and all of our
Thank
staff
you,
for the great
Don.
work on.
All the rest of the troops.
Everybody, thanks so much. There's a ton of work and you guys did great, and thanks for reading our minds, and thanks for sticking your neck out a little bit on and trying to help us along. We really appreciate it. So we'll give you one, we'll actually take the credit for that one mistake you made, Don, and so you still have your one mistake for the remainder of the decade. So for you. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll again, thanks staff, thanks members. We appreciate you. We'll see you on Super Bowl Sunday, if not sooner. All right.
Okay.